How's it going? Ahoy and welcome aboard. Welcome to the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. I am your host, of course, Captain Garrett. And we're just talking all things nerd. You know, all things science fiction, fantasy, historical. What's wrong with this microphone, Mr. Producer? I specifically requested a properly adjusted microphone. Hi, how are you? So yeah, Sidney Sweeney melted the internet. How? By being two things, hot and normal. Oh my God! Oh my God, as Salty Cracker would say. So we're going to talk about that. First, a little coffee for the captain. Pour yourself your favorite beverage. I know Tim Allen on the channel. Is it Tim Allen that's always handing out the mead? I think it's Tim Allen. Welcome, my dear sailors and star nuts. We're going to talk about that because there's something fascinating. I mean, I'm not going to get, I think, all the culture war stuff on that's pretty well covered. But the one thing about it that's pretty fascinating, and it's something our great vice president said recently. He said it highlights the Dems' hostility to everyday American life, and I would extrapolate that analysis to this is really at the core. That would be, if you don't know, Sidney Sweeney was in a very, very sexy jeans ad, and now everyone hates it. Everyone loves it, but all the wackos are out there with the long knives, and they hate it because they have a hostility towards everyday American life. Everyday American life. So this is a typical refrain. Why, when we're criticizing wokeness in movies, why do you call it woke? What does that mean? What does woke mean? That's the best definition I've ever heard. Hostility towards everyday American life. Hostility towards being normal. Hostility towards enjoying beauty. Hostility towards wanting a pleasurable escape. An entertainment adventure free of all nut jobbery, if you know what I'm saying. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We got, I was working, I'm late today, and I was working on a new clip intro for a new segment I'm going to be unveiling, which I call grave dancing, which is purely metaphorical, not literal. It's on a little bit of Schadenfreude, which would be when things that suck deservedly fail. Such as Stephen Colbert getting fired from the Late Show. That's a great example of that. So I was working on a clip for it, and I ran out of time. But we do have some grave dancing to do, and we'll get into that. The shills are out there, and they're really mad. It's Mr. Grizzy is a one-man anti-shill revolution. You know, he single-handedly exposed the mind virus known as shillery by proxy. It's a debilitating disease. They really suffer. So we're and they're finally catching on that nobody likes them. Now we're going to, what else are we going to talk about, Lieutenant Producer? There's a lot going on in there. Oh, that's right. I forgot to react to the Avatar trailer. So we're going to react to that. As you know, I am a huge fan of Avatar, even though it's pretty badly written, let's face it. But I did not react to this trailer, so we're going to do that. And we got Star Trek garbage to talk about. We got all kinds of stuff. So we'll just dig into it. This is kind of like a chill stream, you know? There's not anything like super crazy going on. This is this is fantastic. Every Sunday, this is what I'm doing. at this time, every single Sunday, at this time, and I get text messages from family and friends saying, hey, this is going on right now. If you want to come hang out, hey, what are you doing? I'm doing the thing that I am always doing at this time every Sunday, as I have said every time you've ever asked me, what are you doing this? It's fine. Hey, it's a good problem to have. Let's just put it that way. Now, Mr. Producer, I need my chat, please. Let me grab that. Yeah. There it is. I got it. We got to find out who are the people. Who are the people in the chat? There it is. Got it right in front of me. Ahoy, Universal. Universal first aboard today. Welcome aboard, Universal. Good to see you. And Superman box office is plummeting. Definitely losing money. Yabba dabba do. Okay. Thanks, Universal. Appreciate it. It is actually. It's at 500 million global, and it probably needs around 600 million to sort of break even. That's being generous. Definitely losing money. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's probably on pace to break even. To break even is my guess. Wrangler is in the chat and has a $4.20 super chat, as is his custom. Thank you, Wrangler. Much appreciated, sir. I just messaged back doing my live stream. Thank you for the invite. Fu Man Blue is aboard. Ahoy, Fu Man Blue. Welcome to the chat. Redoubt, that's the master at arms aboard the ship. Redoubt Productions, who is the historical ombudsman aboard the ship. Also, what is an ombudsman? I don't think I ever quite understand what the definition of that is. Redoubt Production says, surprisingly not the first time Sidney Sweeney has broke the internet. It's fascinating because Sidney Sweeney, very simply, is what was 100% normal in American, Western civilizational, call it human life. For most of the latter part of the 20th century, throughout the 80s and 90s, a pretty girl selling clothing to people through advertising and people enjoying that was normal. And the reason that this one simple, it's honestly a throwback. It's a throwback to decades and decades of the really historically centuries, millennia of the human being enjoying beautiful things and beautiful people. And the woke project, which I now define as hostility towards everyday human life. That's what the woke project is. It is hostility towards everyday human life, and it has been aimed at unraveling human nature. Now, here's the flaw, the fatal flaw in that project. It's not possible. It's not possible to strip human beings of human nature. And many ideologies have tried. Communism has tried. Fascism has tried. National Socialism has tried. And wokeness has tried to strip, and yes, I'm comparing it to those other ideologies. It has attempted to strip humanity of our basic desire for things like fun, joy, beauty, escapism, wonder, happiness. And all it took was one ad that was normal. And you see, I said this on the last stream. Did I not tell you this? On the last stream, I went on a big rant about the fact that everything woke is built on a carefully curated house of cards. It's like it's a Jenga tower that's just tilting. And you pull one wrong plank out of it and the whole thing comes down, which is why it takes a massive machine of academic brainwashing and propaganda and entertainment culture and censorship and laws and corporate shilling propaganda garbage, cancel culture, all of these things. It's a machinery. Like as the Mind Flayer said to Eleven in Stranger Things 3, the woke are basically saying to all of society, we've been building it. We've been building it for you. And all it took was one normal, beautiful advertisement to pull that plank out, and the whole thing came crashing down. It must be exhausting to be a wacko leftist. It must be the most exhausting state of being. You can see it. You can see it. They age prematurely. They mutilate and deface themselves with all kinds of ghastly things. The bull nose rings and all that shit. And they're miserable. They're miserable all the time. Because of course they are. How could you be otherwise when you devote your entire project in life is to convince human beings to not be what it is their natural instinct to be? Tim Allen equals Mead. You're correct about that, Wrangler. Starfury is in the chat, says, hello, Starfury. Welcome aboard. That would be the master gunner aboard the ship. Wrangler greets Starfury. Redoubt Production says, work, there is no work on Sundays. Sundays is about three things. The three C's, coffee, Christ, and cigars. I'm something of a sinner. You may be selective on which C you participate in. Fair enough. Redoubt. Universal says, hello all. Starfury says, family, you can always extinguish their light or mute your phone. Oh, jeez. That's so dark, Starfury. That's so grimdark. Redoubt says, we are having this conversation at dinner. 20 years ago, there would be nothing special about Sidney Sweeney, but the Overton window has shifted so far. I mean, yes, there would be nothing extraordinary about it, that's for sure. The ads like the Sidney Sweeney jeans ad were common and typical, especially, in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. I mean, honestly, sexy advertisements were, that was a big, those really go back to the 1800s. That's just how it's always been. So, in different forms. But what makes it so extraordinary is that look, all it takes is one. All it takes is one to destroy the entire woke project. Do you notice how, like, every single video game, they have to make every single protagonist ugly. They have to make every single character fat or disabled or some other thing. Because if just one time you give the people what they want, like Top Gun Maverick, for example, or what was the one? Ghost of Tsushima, right? You had the whole Assassin's Creed Shadows versus Ghost of Tsushima. You just give people one thing that's just normal, that is what they want, and it just blows a hole right through all that work that those wackos did. And it's frustrating for them, I can only imagine. Okay, let me grab our first. Well, we have lots to cover, so we're going to get into the Sidney Sweeney meltdown, and it's legendary. It's a Gundam has a great video for us that's going to break it all down. And he's probably one of the best YouTube video makers on the platform. Yes, Wrangler. The bull nose rings show how it shows their devotion to Moloch. Fu Man Blue says, I hate that people think they need to qualify it when they say there's nothing wrong with that commercial. It doesn't matter who did something similar or when. There is nothing to talk about. It's just a little grave dancing, Fu Man. We're just having a little fun at the wacko's expense. No, I think it's great. I mean, I know what you're saying. There's nothing to see here. It's a normal, healthy, it's a healthy human ad. And they hate it because they hate freedom. They hate freedom, baby. Commercials are designed to influence you. Of course they are. Well, of course they are. Why else do the woke want control of all this stuff? Everything in society culturally can influence you. Education, entertainment, advertisement, all of it. What do you think they've been doing? They've been trying to build a world that would brainwash all of us into thinking shaved heads, bull nose rings, and diabetes were extremely sexy and attractive. And they have failed. They have failed. Right, water is wet. Exactly. Okay, here we go. So we're going to do... I want to react to the Avatar trailer. If you don't know, plug your ears, Star Fury. You're not going to like this segment. I am a huge fan of the James Cameron Avatar films. Now, as light beer is to a full-bodied IPA back when I used to drink, so Avatar is to old school science fiction of the kind of like the original Star Trek series. It's science fiction light. It's kind of borderline fantasy escapism. Now, the tragedy of Avatar is that there's actually a great deal of good world building that James Cameron did. The problem is it's all in his notes, and very little of the really interesting details of his universe wind up on screen. And I think this is because James Cameron simply does what James Cameron does because he's James Cameron and simply wants to present exactly the message he wants you to get from the film, right? And what this has resulted in is a fascinating kind of backlash. I've been noticing lately on the internet, there's a lot of Colonel Quaritch memes. And if you don't know, Colonel Quaritch, played brilliantly by Stephen Lang, is the villain in the film. Because the antagonist, perhaps, is a slightly more accurate term. He is the antagonist who is enforcing the human colonization of the Na'vi's world, and it's his job to secure the unobtainium that the humans have come to mine. And this, of course, sets up the central conflict because Jake Sully, of course, betrays humanity and leads a Na'vi rebellion against him. And he is I always felt he was a pretty one-dimensional villain, but he's played so well, and he's played so, just down the middle excellent by Stephen Lang that I always really liked Quaritch, but I was always very disappointed in that character because I always felt that he deserved more nuance, he deserved more complexity, and he's a very... So James Cameron himself said that he wrote Quaritch to have, as he put it, many admirable qualities that people in the military have. And I do think he has those qualities. What's fascinating is on the internet, there's a lot of memes in which Quaritch is portrayed as the hero because he's wiping out the Na'vi, which I'm sure you disagree with, Starfield. Now... The reason I think this is happening is because, A, he is a badass character. He just is. But B, I think it's extremely annoying and irritating that James Cameron presents a very one-sided moral story in Avatar. And he completely leaves out his own production notes which explain the reason why humanity is so desperate to get the unobtainium, because Earth is dying. Unobtainium is a fuel source that is turning that around and has the potential to save planet Earth and the human species. Now, he doesn't explain any of that in the original film, and so it just looks like greedy humans who just like, I want gold. And that's not the whole story. So that being said, that is to say, all that aside, it's a incredibly brilliant world. It is the immersion of it is so exceptional. This is what movies were made for, in my view, to go to another place that feels real and lifelike, and you could not get this experience anywhere else. The gearhead side of the storyline is great. Like, he's got walking armor, he's got awesome starships that are based on grounded science fiction concepts. The military are portrayed that they're a little bit mustache twirling, to be fair, but they are portrayed as not idiots for the most part, and they are effective at what they do, and that creates a great antagonist relationship. And let's face it, I love nature. Oh, jeez, I'm so screwed. I love nature and the wonder and beauty of Pandora, and I think that that's a powerful and beautiful motif in the story. And I basically just want to live on Pandora with the Na'vi forever and ever. Don't judge me for that. Neutron Pack is in the chat. Says, I think people just want attention and viral, so they say something controversial about Sidney Sweeney. That's true. That's a fair point, Neutron Pack. A lot of this is motivated by clickbait and so forth. Redoubt says, the problem with Avatar is simple. Great ideas, childish execution of said ideas. I agree. No, that's a great way to put it, Redoubt. Great ideas, great world building, but it's written... It's honestly, I think there are Disney films that are original animated Disney films that have a more moral complexity and depth than Avatar. It's very annoying. But with all of that said, let's check out the Avatar Fire and Ash trailer. And I have to tell you, I have seen it because I saw it in the theater when I went to go see Fantastic Four. And what was the last? The Way of Water trailer already, I think, was a better trailer. The Way of Water kind of pulled me in. It was a teaser, but it had that wonder and beauty to it. So anyway, let's roll on this. And I got to share audio first. Thank you, Lieutenant Producer. And yes, I'm sorry for the lag. It's because of the streaming setup I have. The sound quality is great, but there's lag when I share video. And when I have the resources to resolve that issue, I promise I will.
The strength of the ancestors is here.
Star Fury says, fucking blue bitches are back. Hey, listen, say what you want about the blue people, but they look cool and attractive, you know, like the Asari in Mass Effect, like, what's another good example? Like the Orion women in Star Trek, like they're meant to actually look appealing visually. And I appreciate that. Look, they're space elves. Let's just face it. They're space elves. Okay. I'm big enough to admit that. Like this is the number one thing about James Cameron's Avatar world that is just This is why that's what I was going to say. I just reminded myself. This is why these films make billions and billions of dollars, and then nobody talks about them. Okay, 2 reasons. One, the scale and the beauty of this is the best. This is peak CGI filmmaking, in my view, because it is CGI in service of showing you something that you just simply could not get any other way. And it's at its highest form, that at least in the first 2 films. I don't know about this one. We'll see if the quality has slipped or not. So they are remarkable transportive experiences, and they're escapist. They're pretty escapist for the most part. The reason why they don't have a cultural footprint the way that Star Trek or the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Star Wars has, to the extent that they do, Disney's destruction of certain properties notwithstanding, is because they are not a story of adventure. Well, there is an adventure at the heart of the story, but it's not a Golden Fleece adventure where we have a plucky team of heroes on a quest to get something, such as in Star Wars A New Hope. It's not a story that is kind of like hopeful rebellion. It's not about a crew going through, traveling the stars that we fall in love with, and they go on adventures and they win at the end. Avatar is about 2, not 1, but 2 species and 2 homeworlds that are dying and are doomed. It is a tragedy. It's a tragedy. It's a dying planet tragedy. There's no hope for the Na'vi, and there's no hope for humanity either. And it's because of the fatal flaw in humanity that is the reason for this. Nature gives us life. I'm saying this is what the film is arguing. Nature gives us life, and then we destroy it, and in the doing, destroy ourselves. And that is kind of bleak and miserable. It's a black pill, to put it another way. It's a black pill. And that's why, but it sure is purty. I find the chieftain chick. So Jake Sully in the last one, if you don't know, he joined this other tribe, the Water Tribe or whatever, and the she's like the wife of the chief of the tribe. She is incredibly annoying, and she is featured a lot in this trailer, and I really don't like it. I really don't like that at all. She's extremely annoying and obnoxious. And the less I see of her, probably the better. That being said, I do like Jake Sully and his family. I like that he's a family man. I don't like it that he's kind of a coward. And his whole thing is, I'm going to run away and hide because I can't bear to lose my family. And it's like, what good is having a family? What good is having a family if someday they're not going to have a planet for their descendants, your descendants? You have to stand and fight, sir. You have to. What's that, Star Fury? You can polish a turd all you want, but it's still a pile of shit? Perhaps, Star Fury. Redoubt Production says, I also have a personal grudge toward Cameron's Avatar because it forever necessitates me to differentiate Avatar from Avatar The Last Airbender, which is fair. It's a whole other franchise that has been botched beyond original series and currently being consumed by mediocrity. Yes, indeed. That Avatar Netflix live action show, garbage. I mean, garbage.
You cannot live like this, baby. In hate.
If there is something you can do, then you must do it.
Yeah, that's the chieftain chick. And I thought she was talking to Jake Sully there. So I did not like this in the theater at all. Because I thought she was talking to Jake Sully, where she's like, if there's something you can do, you must do it. And then you get the reverse shot, and it's Sigourney Weaver's child. It's Grace's child or whatever, her clone. I need to rewatch the second one because I don't remember where she came from now. Girl is the key to everything is kind of what's happening there. And I think we finally have the introduction of nasty Na'vi. Like Na'vi that are actually assholes. And I think that's the idea. This Fire Ash tribe or whatever, that apparently they are going to be like bad guys in the story. I'm curious how that's going to work. Maybe they're collaborators with the evil humans. But by the way, I totally understand the internet's response of like, the humans are the good guys. They should apologize for nothing. They should win. I get that. I really do, because the films are so obnoxious in how they never portray nuance on either side. The Na'vi are sort of angelic and perfect and ideal, the noble savage. And humans are they're just greedy, evil. They don't care at all. Like it sucks. Now, that aspect of it sucks. So we might finally be getting bad guy Na'vi. I'm curious how that's going to work out. Probably they'll be bad guys for like 5 full minutes, and then they'll join Jake Sully, and it'll all be good. Quaritch is the only character that appears to be on a really interesting hero's journey, though. I have to say, I did not expect this. After the first film, I read that he was going to be in the next one, and I thought, they're going to bring him back. How's that going to work? And then they bring him back, and it's sort of plausible-ish. And I have to tell you, Quaritch's like journey to acquire the power that Jake Sully has to defeat him, because Quaritch was, heads up, Marvel, this is actually how you could do it with a character like Kang, by the way, because we see Kang get defeated, right, in Loki and in Ant-Man, and so he becomes a less intimidating villain. The interesting thing about Quaritch as an antagonist is he's defeated in the first film. He is revived as a Na'vi in the second film with his memories backed up and restored. And now he's on a one-man revenge quest to take down Jake Sully. The difference is he understands that he failed and he underestimated his enemy, and being a highly effective military man, he's reevaluating. He's like, I have to figure out why Jake Sully was able to beat me so that I can beat him. And he's going on this really interesting journey where he's having to like learn the skills that Jake Sully did. So I totally understand why people are saying Quaritch is the hero of the story. Well, he has. Jake Sully runs and hides, and Quaritch is out there wrestling down the pterodactyls so he can acquire the sauce that will defeat Jake Sully.
The children. No, Spider.
One observation I have as I'm watching this trailer, this is the first time seeing an Avatar trailer where I feel like I've seen this movie twice already. That's not good. And I think that part of the reason for that is Cameron makes this first film. It makes like a gajillion dollars, or as the critical drinker would say, a shit zillion dollars, right? And he invested a huge amount of money in creating all of these effects, all these models, all these characters. And he said, well, why just retire that? Why not get more mileage out of that? Like that we can tell more stories. And I understand that. I think I would have done the same in his position. And it started out as, we'll do a trilogy. I'll make 2 more films. Make it 3 more films. I'll do a 3-part story. And now he's like, you know what? I'll just go ahead and do 4 more films. And he has so stretched out this story that now I actually feel like this is just the same movie. The same movie is basically the Na'vi people are being oppressed and hunted down, and what will they do? And it's like, but I already explored those questions twice now. I'm kind of interested now in seeing the story take a turn. I would like the story to kick into some kind of momentum that's going in a new and interesting direction. The slow destruction of a species is kind of a miserable thing to experience over the course of, I guess, probably 2 decades of these films coming out. And I say all of this. I say all of this, chat. I will be there when this film releases happily on day 1, because I have to see it. I have to see it. It's pathetic. No, maybe. I don't know. It could be. But these are issues I see. Okay, we'll finish it. Starfury says, watching this trailer makes me feel even more apathetic than I normally do. Oh, jeez. It's almost over, okay? It's almost over. Yes, the evil Na'vi will be like the evil Pawnee as depicted in Dances with Wolves, says Redoubt. Yeah, that's probably the way it's going.
And we will find another way. Your goddess has no dominion here.
There's a lot of girls get it done energy in this trailer, I gotta tell you. There's a lot. There you go. And you know, after watching it, this is the 3rd time watching this trailer now, I'm starting to like put my finger on what it is that's underwhelming about this. All the visuals are there. The typical Pandora versus humanity tragic drama, it's all there. I'm starting to put my finger on what's not quite connecting for me about this trailer. Major girls get it done energy, and a lot of the same. We've already seen this movie twice now, I think. I think I've basically seen this movie twice. Oh no! Quaritch is going to hunt down Jake Sully, and they're going to have a fight. Oh no! The humans have come to town, and they're going to take out all the natives. Oh no! Jake Sully doesn't want to fight, but someone's got to convince him to fight, I guess. Oh no! Humans don't understand the plight of the natives. Someone has to make them see. Yeah, I've seen this twice. 2 times. Troubling. It's very troubling. That's what I get. That's what I get for being invested in the first film. Because, there was never going to be enough mileage. I think James Cameron really just, I don't know what he's got in mind for, like, the end of this story. I don't see this ever ending as a triumphant happy ending. Like, I don't see that. You could absolutely go there. I personally think that if he pivoted in that direction, these films could truly become much more of a legacy for him as a filmmaker. If he could see his way to making this a story about the salvation of the Na'vi, with Jake Sully at the center of that, then I think that it would have a much bigger cultural impact. I don't think he wants to do that, though. I think he envisions this, in my speculative analysis, he envisions this world as a doomed world. And the purpose of this story is to tell a tragedy about our own human nature that is meant to be haunting and provocative. It is strange, though. Like, when I watch these films, I leave the theater and I really do feel like I haven't even been on Earth for 3 hours. It's crazy. Wrangler says, how about the bad Na'vi kick the good Na'vi's butt so Jake has to go crawling back to the humans to ask for help? That's an interesting angle. Honestly, here's what I would be more interested in. I would be more interested in seeing conflict within humanity. That's what I'd be interested in. I think I would like to see the other side of the human story. I would like to actually see the human story. I think the first film is a human story that has some powerful themes in it, which are that Jake Sully only sees the world one way, and then he gets to Pandora. He sees the world as a soldier. Well, that's really actually a pretty powerful element of his character's journey in the first film. He arrives as a soldier who's being inserted into a science team, right? And the scientists all have the kind of open, curious minds that all of the soldiers don't, because being a soldier requires you to be rigid and specific in your thinking, focused on the mission and the objectives, whereas the scientists are out there catching butterflies and shit like that. And so naturally, the film begins with them in the position of being sort of enlightened and curious and open, whereas Jake is just a jarhead, and he's just a crayon-eating knuckle dragger. And the irony is that by the end of the film, it's actually Jake who becomes the most open to possibility by the end of the story. And there's a lot of value in telling a story like that. It's about his journey into a completely different world. And I think that's very fun and exciting. The problem with the sequels is they're just kind of descending into a tragic melodrama that's, I think, spinning its wheels at this point. I think the story is kind of spinning its wheels. It's just going to keep hammering on the same points over and over and over again. Like, I do recall in Way of Water when the humans were landing. I was with it. I was totally with it. I was enjoying the movie. I was like, 0 notes so far, until the humans landed and just nuked an entire forest for no fucking reason. They didn't care. There's a forest there. Get it out of my way. It's like, oh, jeez. Really? They just, for no reason, they just burn a whole forest because they're so evil. They're so evil. Would it kill you to just show like some humanity in the humans? Like, I really do wish they would show a little bit of humanity in the humans at something. I'm not saying that they're not going to nuke them. I'm saying they arrive and they're like, Captain, we're having trouble securing an LZ. This area is too overgrown, blah, blah, blah. And it's something like, we have no choice. Use the defoliant torpedoes or whatever. And it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, we have no choice. Wipe it out because we have to have a landing zone, right? Anthony Timmons is in the chat. Ahoy, Anthony Timmons, and welcome aboard. Lang drinking the coffee just like Duvall loves the smell of napalm in the morning, says Redoubt Productions. Yes, I always was a little... I like Quaritch a lot. I was always a little disappointed that he's so mustache twirling, though, because there's so much more potential there. But in any case, all right, that's Avatar. That's Avatar. Is anyone in my chat a fan? I'm just curious. Put it in the comments on the video if you're watching on the restream, if you're a fan of Avatar, or if you're not. And if you like Avatar or hate Avatar, make sure you put an upvote on the video. Put a like on the video, please. I'd appreciate it. Now, where is my share screen, Mr. Producer? Let's talk about Sidney Sweeney. Hat tip, it's a Gundam. He's going to break it on down for us. Roll tape.
The only thing I learned from Sidney Sweeney's drama is that mid-women are a plague. A maelstrom of anger and vitriol disguised as progress and inclusion.
Boycott American Eagle. Do not buy them.
Cancel this person.
Most of you watching are gonna go, the f is that? That's what you deserve. This is who I am. A clown!
It's a Gundam. He's just a piece of crap.
American Eagle was clearly doing poorly. Its past ad campaigns were lame and gay, full of pretentious zoomers and progressive marketing that would make you click the skip.
Really? So I don't know very much about American Eagle. I'm not much of a fashionista myself. However, I've been fascinated by this story, but I hadn't actually considered, like, what were their ads like before this? So this is an interesting point he's bringing up here.
Button faster and Darkseid fell quitting Tony Hawk's Pro Skater.
I give up.
You are all here because in many ways you represent your generation, and you're here because you inspire us.
No way. No way. This was the American Eagle ads before? Holy smokes. I had no idea. Folks, this is an enormous victory. Do you understand what a freaking... This is why they're pissed. This is why the wackos are so mad. God, nothing gives me more pleasure in life than seeing woke wackos get their toys taken away from them. Nothing makes me happier. It's like, it's Christmas, man. It's Christmas come early. The more I can see this, the better. Like and honest to God, since the inauguration of the Orange Man, long may he reign, and he will. He will. 2028, baby. And ever since Inauguration Day, it's just been another toy taken away. It's beautiful. It's a thing of beauty. Wouldn't you be mad if you were losing this badly? You know, your entire worldview is being deconstructed. Listen, I understand how the woke wackos feel. Believe me, I understand. Allow me to explain. I am an Americanist. What's that, Captain? Why, an Americanist is someone who believes fervently, passionately, profoundly in the founding ideals of the United States of America. And if you're curious, what are the founding ideals of the United States of America? Well, I'm not surprised at that question, because our education system has turned out multiple generations of illiterates, people who are illiterate and ignorant of American civics, and more broadly, Western civilization writ large. And guess what I have been watching for most of my life? For most of my life, I've been watching the ideals I hold dear. Consent of the governed, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly. All of those things. I have been watching our technocratic overlords in conjunction with these crazy wackos destroying all of it in the name of Orwellian terms like diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've been watching. So the things I've held dear have been under assault my entire life. This is the first time in my lifetime, these recent years, when it's gone the other direction. So I can totally understand what it's like to have the things you believe in, such as freedom, such as equal justice, such as innocent until proven guilty, such as separation of powers, the rights of states to self-determination. Those are all the ideals I have been seeing stripped away and taken away from me and my fellow citizens. And I understand completely how these woke lunatics feel now that we are taking away their sick ideology and dismantling it piece by piece. It's breathtaking, really.
And we know that you have the power to inspire the world.
We are so unflinchingly real. We aren't afraid to talk about how we feel. We don't think that there's anything to lose. We just are ourselves, and we understand that that's enough.
The ship in port is safe, but that's not why we build ships. And putting ourselves out of our comfort zones is so important.
Wait. What did he say about... if I am a nautical man, so if someone is going to talk about building ships, I need to know what are they saying here?
To talk about how we feel. We don't think that there's anything to lose. We just are ourselves, and we understand that that's enough.
The ship in port is safe, but that's not why we build ships.
A ship in port is safe, but that's not why we build ships. This sounds like Rings of Power dialogue right here. This is Rings of Power dialogue, but it's also puzzling because I get the point he's making. He's saying, oh, the ship needs to get out there and adventure. Is this not the generation that their customary farewell is to say, stay safe? There's actually a lot of qualities Gen Z possesses that I've really come to admire. Seriously, there's a lot of qualities of Gen Z I've come to admire, but there's one particular quirk that they have that drives me insane. And it's this obsession with always saying, stay safe, be safe, stay safe out there. I even catch myself saying it sometimes, and it's really troubling and concerning. We're human beings. We're not safe because we're on this planet. Life is not about being safe. Life is about adventure. But anyway, the point is he's making the same point. But he's part of the generation that are obsessed with safety. So I don't understand the point of that. This is a contradiction in terms.
And putting ourselves out of our comfort zones is so important.
Heard it when I was growing up.
Jeez. Putting ourselves outside of our comfort zones. They're just dancing in front of a rainbow wall. I'm sure that's really out of your comfort zone. I'm sure that's something you really had to work up the nerve to do that.
Like, I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Take that with you. Tell it to other people.
People remember the way that you make them feel. If we can make them feel loved, then we can make a better world.
That's the gayest shit I ever heard. Oh my god, it's full of pointless platitudes that ultimately are what you spew when you're young enough to believe that the world isn't exactly screwed and the system isn't broken.
American Eagle tumbles, pulling financial guidance for 2025. Shares of American Eagle's outfitters are tumbling Wednesday after retailer withdrew the financial outlook for the year, citing micro uncertainty. American Eagle said late Tuesday that it expects first quarter revenues to slide 5% or more than $1 billion.
Basically, things were looking grim, without a shadow of a doubt. Thanks to the tariffs, American Eagle is also feeling the pinch. And they completely admitted to uncertain environment, which basically means we don't...
Oh my god. I have a meme. I gotta find it for you.
Don't know if we'll stay open in the next year or two. So, July 23rd, American Eagle teamed up with Sidney Sweeney to launch the Fall Jeans campaign. This yielded positive results for the company.
Sidney Sweeney sparks latest meme stock rally as American Eagle jumps.
Great. American Eagle's the next stonks.
American Eagle Sidney Sweeney campaign fuels stock surge at beleaguered retailer. The company's stock jumped the day after debuting ads with the Euphoria star. Sidney Sweeney's starring role in American Eagle's New ad campaign has sent retailer stocks soaring. They're up 18%. Pre-market trading was up 7% by midday.
This is good news for a brand that thought they were in for an economic...
That's good, Starfield. They had to make their own latte, so they're outside their comfort zone. Here we go. No, copy link. It's so I need to go back to StreamYard soon because it's so complicated. It's so complicated doing it this way. All right. There's a couple good ones in here. Can't believe this face didn't sell more tickets. The Silver Surfer. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. This is absolutely me. I promise I'm getting to the point, chat. This is absolutely me. Okay, so the left side, what I look like in my mind, Vin Diesel. On the right side, what I look like in the Target self-checkout camera. This is so absolutely me. Literally, I posted a video in Discord last night. It was exactly the same experience. Exactly the same. Okay, but no, this is the one. This is the one. I had to show you guys. When you have an extra gene. Oh, they needed Bella Ramsey. They needed Bella Ramsey in this one. Okay, back to the video.
Nightmare just 3 months ago. Now, personally, I couldn't give less of a damn if I tried about this ad campaign when it dropped, much like most of America. But a fringe subsect of the far left lost their ever-loving minds again.
Remember in 2013, we laughed at Anita Sarkeesian, only for her views to become widely accepted just 10 years later.
Everything is sexist, everything is racist, everything is homophobic, and you have to point it all out.
Apparently the psychos on the left are still on that we hate everything train. Sidney Sweeney and American Eagle are promoting a fascist Nazi eugenics campaign disguised as jeans ads.
I knew something was wrong, I just couldn't put my finger on it.
You guys are complaining about that Sidney Sweeney jeans ad, so I went and saw it. That's Nazi propaganda. Wow. I thought it was gonna be like kind of bad. That's gonna be in history books.
No, it won't. Stop being an NPC, please.
You'll notice the common trend here. Women with nose rings looking to...
Women with nose rings. Mentally ill. Mentally ill.
Days older than dirt, bad tattoos poorly placed all over their body like iDubbbz's wife. The usual suspects that create an issue where there is no issue. The type of woman that can't keep a man because everything to them is a problem except for them.
Oh god, of course the BMI patrol is here.
I will be the friend that's too woke because those Sidney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird. Like,
I just am remembering. So, I think it was it Jeremy or Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet, who said that she sounds like she has the cheeseburger in her mouth currently.
Just weird. Like, Nazi propaganda weird.
Bro, did she even know what Nazi propaganda looked like? They literally drew Jews as goblin. This is just Sidney Sweeney in blue jeans.
Be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this? Probably not.
Yeah, because it wasn't the Americans that defeated the actual Nazis in World War II. It was the feminists and the trans community. Subscribe or die!
Fluffy! I love Fluffy.
Obey my dog! But it's still really shocking. Like, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman.
I guess blonde hair and blue eyes is only okay when it's the pre-approved alphabet squad's queer-coded character from your favorite Japanese anime, huh?
This woman is
that's a sharp eye there, Gundam.
Highest example of self-indulgence mixed with Plato's cave theory. All I saw was a gene commercial saying she has good genes, meaning that she isn't a fat, unattractive chick wasting away in her room with a Demon Slayer shirt on at like 30. And if she isn't 30, boo-hoo, honey, you look older than you are.
Her good genes. Like, That is Nazi propaganda. I also am thinking about like all of the young girls who are doing their back to school shopping right now at places like America.
All the girls that are doing their back to school shopping right now, the girls that are doing, this is Nazi propaganda. My impressions are deadly accurate, chat. Never, ever doubt how deadly accurate my impressions are. This is exactly how they talk. The girls that are out there, it's Nazi propaganda. These are historical illiterates. Illiterates. I could quiz this bitch on like 10 things that happened in the Third Reich, and she wouldn't know any of them. I could quiz her on 10 things about Mussolini. She wouldn't know any of them. She has no idea what she's talking about.
American Eagle who are seeing ads like this. Yikes.
Like, she can't say anything without having to suck in a lot of air. This is her exercise for the day.
Also, American Eagle is mostly a brand that like teenagers to like young adults shop at, and so the fact that like this type of advertising is being used that feels so for
the male gaze, and so
I'm willing to bet the male gaze is something you have not experienced in a long time, madam.
over sexualized.
What a joke that this type of person would most likely praise school workers while also saying that Sidney Sweeney's commercial is over-sexualized. Make it make sense.
Remember in 2020 when Calvin
Oh my
Klein
God.
lost its damn mind and had an obese black woman model their underwear?
I am not a moment.
This is incredible. It's like, I was gonna say, at least in this ad they have a fat dude, because notice something. The body positivity movement is never about dudes with giant hanging guts. That's never what it's about. It's never about, like, we need to be more accepting of dudes with giant guts that hang down below their belt line. That's never what we're interested in. It's always fat chicks that we need to be accepting of. And so I'm thinking here that he shows this picture and there's like this fat dude.
It's over-sexualized. Make it make sense.
Remember,
and I'm thinking when I see this, at least for once they're putting a fat dude in the body positivity. And then I notice he's wearing a sports bra. What? If that is a dude, I don't even know what that is. I'm making assumptions, crazy assumptions.
In 2020, when Calvin Klein lost its damn mind and had an obese black woman model their underwear.
I am not a moment. I'm a force to be reckoned with.
Oh my God.
I am Chica.
Yeah, you're a force to be reckoned with.
Oh my
The
God.
chicken wings you-
Do they even hear themselves? I'm referring to wackos broadly. Do they even see themselves?
Up against.
What the hell is even that? All of you!
Daddy, chill. That is a reference to a 14-year-old Brooke Shields, Calvin Klein's ad campaign that we've all agreed was really weird and predatory. Yeah.
Oh my God, the Karen energy. Oh, the just HR judgment, snobbery. I wonder why they're losing. It's so that there was this incredible moment when, who was it that was in that panel? It was Clay Travis. That's right. Clay Travis was on a panel with a bunch of lefties. And he was treating them to something they rarely experience, which is someone telling them the unvarnished truth. And he just said the reason that they spend $30 million. They spent $30 million. This would be the Democrat Party researching how to reverse the trend of young men moving away from them? How do we get young men to stop moving right and come back to the Democrat Party? Well, we got to learn how. We have to study their species. We have to analyze them and figure out what makes them tick. And so they had lavish dinners at the Waldorf Astoria or something. And then, after spending $30 million to research men, Clay Travis just broke it on down for him. And he just said, here's the problem that Democrats have. They're pussies. They're absolute pussies. And men are not going to vote for absolute pussies. They're just not. Oh, no, you can't say that. That's not fair. That's not nice. It's like, well, that's reality. That's reality. What's that? Diogiri says, American men are done with these crazy. I heard about passport bros. Is it true? It is true. Diogiri. It is true. And welcome to the chat. Are you kidding me? Like, honestly, I don't even feel like American culture is almost unrecognizable to me, even within my lifetime. There's this line in the film Watchmen, which I'm a great fan of. Cough camera just for 1 second. And it's when the comedian is helping Night Owl and the other Watchmen suppress like a riot in the streets. And comedian is just being brutal and savage, and he's like shooting the protesters with he's got the smoke grenades. You know, it's not like lethal, but it's painful, and he's hitting him with it, and he's just being a complete asshole. And Night Owl's trying to talk him down and be like, you know, come on, we can't be like this, you know. And the comedian just reads him the riot act and tells him how naive he is and just doesn't give a shit. And Night Owl kind of makes this appeal to ideals, and he's like, we were supposed to be heroes. We're better than this. Whatever happened to the American dream? And the comedian just kind of gestures to the streets, which are dirty and filthy and dark, and there's all this chaos in the streets, and he says, you're looking at it. It came true. And I always think about that line. I think about that line so often because it's like, beware of getting what you really want, you know? And I just feel that America, like these wackos, why are they like this? They're like this because this is how they're finding meaning in their life. The only way they can find meaning is by thinking that they're part of some kind of movement or revolution that's going to overturn some kind of oppression. And they can never accept a scenario in which there's no oppression. There's nothing here. Things are fine. Like this is a human being that's not capable of that mindset. They're not. They will find something. They need us, quite frankly. They need us to fight them because that's the only way that they have purpose in life. It's really sad. Really, it is. And my point is, why are passport bros a thing? Because just finding someone normal who just wants to fall in love and build a life and be happy, it's getting really hard to do in this country because people, the level of entitlement and narcissism in daily American life is kind of through the roof. Now, all of that said, we must, a note of caution. This is, after all, the internet. And the internet has a habit of making things get, you know, far more blown out of proportion than they really are. But yeah, like I honestly, the list of demands just keeps getting longer and longer and longer. And I think passport bros are men who are like, you know what? Screw this. I'm going to go look elsewhere for someone who doesn't have a list of impossible demands. I understand that. I really do.
I don't like this one. I don't like it. I don't like
I don't like
about
this
it.
one. I don't like this one. I don't like this one because this is fascist.
But I bet you love a box of cookies.
Doja Cat jumped in to make fun of the Sidney Sweeney commercial for whatever reason. I don't even know, because this is something I would expect a broke bitch to do. Like a woman with nothing better to do in her life. This is her avenue. Doja Cat don't make sense to me. But then again, she don't make sense to me as a person. I guess that last album wasn't a barn burner.
Spring often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are Brie.
Wackos, man. They're completely unhinged.
Terrible impression. Sidney Sweeney didn't sound anything like that.
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
I guess I'd have to expect a woman that has jowls to have some sort of issue.
We are watching fascist aesthetics sneak back into pop culture through fashion ads, trad life influencers, and...
There's no sneaking. Normal culture is returning. Sir, Madam, or it, however you identify.
Yes, now blue jeans.
Traditional wife is now fascist, by the way. God forbid a woman dedicates her life to her family instead of a soulless corporation that'll most likely get rid of her the second AI swoops in. And then she'll be on TikTok with her IVF crying about not having a family or anyone loving her when she gets old.
A girl can catch a fish. It's the right fish I'm trying to catch.
Now she's setting her sights on a new prize.
I really want a family. I've waited for my husband for so many years.
Get what you
Wellington.
deserve!
The Sidney Sweeney Aryan Eagle ad is not only xenophobic and racist, it's also scientifically...
Xenophobic? What is xenophobic about it? It's not commenting on anything other than Sidney Sweeney and jeans. See, this is where we're at right now. If you're just normal, you are making a statement against other races or other genders or whatever. Now, why are they like this? There's a reason that this is happening. The reason this is happening is because this is the project that has been in work for decades. My entire life, they've been trying to dismantle American society. They've been trying to dismantle. And now I'm not saying like traditional morals and all. I'm saying they've been trying to change the framework of how we think in society, and they have failed. And this is why they're so angry.
Inaccurate.
And Star Fury. Universal says, I tried watching Avatar once, stopped watching about 20 minutes into it, never watched them again, not my cup of tea. I hear you. I have to, on that exact subject, poor Redoubt Productions. I tried with K-pop Demon Hunters. I did Redoubt. It's not my cup of tea. It just isn't. There might be, if I'm just being very dispassionate about it, there might be potential there, but I would have had to sit through all their musical numbers and I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. And also it was giving me flashbacks to like creepy 80s movies I remember as a kid. Something about how the demons look in that. There was an uncanny valley effect that really reminded me of films that terrified me when I was like 10 years old, such as Little Monsters. Just look up Little Monsters from the 80s. It's one of the most unintentionally horrifying movies ever made. And I hated that movie. I couldn't even walk into the section of the video store that had it on display. I was so afraid of it. I hated it. And for whatever reason, the demons in that's not why I stopped watching it, but the demons in it, they kind of reminded me of that. So yeah, as I said, I love that you love it, but it's not my cup of tea. I gave it a chance. I gave it a chance. I can still watch Streets of Fire, Redoubt. Okay. All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Not determining hair color and eye color, what is? It's giving red pill podcast bro with no marketing experience clearly running their ad department.
Red pill podcasting bro. Which the best part is when she says, with no marketing experience. You know what the most amazing thing about marketing people is? They seem to be really bad at marketing. It's all of the people with marketing experience that think that a bunch of hogs should be in the fashion commercials. The people with the marketing experience were the ones that came up with that freak show Jaguar ad. Just a bunch of dancing, creepy murder clowns. And they were like, oh, this'll sell Jaguars. Those were the marketing people. Would those be the ones? The most fascistic people in our society are these leftist wackos. All kidding aside, they are the most fascistic people. They're the ones. See, this is why I say they're illiterates, because here's how fascism works. Fascism changes culture through top-down fiat and absolute control. It uses censorship. It uses carefully curated and controlled artwork and broadcasting and news dissemination to control information and perception. And it imposes its views from the top, from elites. It imposes it on the populace below. In fascism, it's the elites that decide what is right for everyone. And any dissent is considered treasonous, traitorous, or invalid. Which is why fascism does not utilize things like voting or freedom of speech. And it's exactly in parallel with wokeism, because wokeism is exactly the same thing. Nobody wants to see fat chicks in fashion commercials. I'm sorry. I hate to break the bad news to you. But you see, only in the mind of a fascistic person could they believe that, well, see, if we impose this on all of society, it will change the way people think, and eventually they'll want it. That's exactly how a fascist thinks. Exactly.
Okay, Red Pill Podcast Bro Marketing. Well, when they did the inclusive bullshit, they almost went bankrupt, lady. Now they have a chick modeling jeans people find attractive. Praise the Lord, I say. I am so sick and tired of being told every woman built like Mario is beautiful, while a dude under 6 feet tall should be shot on sight. Zig Short King Spring.
Yeah. You want to see? You want to see the fascist
like
ad? I'm going to show you that's the fascist ad right there. That's the fascistic ad, because this ad was not created. It was not created to tap into people's preferences and desires. This ad was created to impose preferences and desires on the target audience. This ad was created to placate ideologues and academics who say that an unhealthy, overweight person should be celebrated and admired by society, even though society doesn't celebrate or admire them. That would be overweight people, is what I'm referring to. That's fascism. I mean, you know, what's really interesting in just thinking through this, you know, there's plenty of dictatorships in human history, but what separates fascism from your garden variety dictatorship? And what I would say what really it is thought control. I think more than a simple, you know, a monarchy that is a king ruling over the people is seeking to impose political and cultural power, or, well, they determine political and cultural life. However, the fascist is different in that the fascist wants to impose thought on people. The fascist wants to control how people think and how they feel at a fundamental level. And it is a doomed project always, because the human being can be influenced, can be psychologically broken, can even be brainwashed. But at the deepest level, a human being will always yearn for freedom. And that is why it always fails, sooner or later.
Is beautiful, while a dude under 6 feet tall should be shot on sight. Zig Short King Spring.
And I just hate when companies make content trying to use medical or scientific terms and then completely screw it up.
Bitch, they know what jeans do. They're trying to be cute and funny. What is wrong with you?
Are people overreacting to the Sidney Sweeney commercials? What? American Eagle paid a white woman to talk about how great her jeans are. Right, it's a double entendre. She has good jeans because people think she's hot, and American Eagle is selling jeans. It's a series of supremacist dog whistles. And in response, American Eagle's stock shot up 17%. Supremacists are feeling emboldened.
This is funny. He's gay!
You gotta love how the homosexual sits here and tries to make the average person who literally sees this for what it is, a commercial, look like they're a naive rube. Let me educate you on how the Nazis work.
I'm so fed up. Everything is a racist dog whistle these days. When I hear someone say that, I write them completely off. Shoo, go away. Shoo. If it's not a fat, crippled, black trans, it's racist. That's how...
What? My God. This is how close our culture came to going out, folks. We were on the bubble. We were on the bubble. Sidney Sweeney may have almost single-handedly saved humanity with her calcium cannons.
These people operate.
I mean, if you look at American Eagle's website, they have women of all shapes and sizes and nationalities in there. There's even a chick with a baby hand, dude. I didn't even know that existed. There's a cripple broad. There's so much inclusion.
I'm actually headed into my last day of work at American Eagle today, right now. And I actually have a very different opinion on the Sidney Sweeney situation. I think they were targeting exactly who they wanted to target. And
God. Oh, the Karen entered. Oh, they were targeting exactly who they wanted to target. Oh, God, they're so repulsive.
Jeans sales, like as a company, are always down. They're always bad. They bought her bathwater.
I wonder why passport bros exist. I wonder why American men are like, fuck it, I'll just get a wife from another country. What could explain that? I'm channeling my inner Asmongold here. What could explain that? I don't know. It's a mystery.
And if you let white supremacists know that you support them, they flock.
What does the dudes who bought Sidney Sweeney's bathwater have to do with being a white supremacist? Does that mean if you bought the bathwater as a goofy or Nazi? Looks it up.
Ricky Berwick is an American hero. Just an American hero.
This is fine.
What am I gonna do? I'm Hitler's top guy.
Ricky Berwick had 10 bars of Sidney Sweeney's bathwater. I'm exposing him.
Do you like Sidney Sweeney?
Is that her bathwater?
It's her bathwater. Actual bathwater. Come on, wash your hands. Come on. Get a taste.
This is high quality content creation.
I think they weren't expecting the negative backlash, and they wanted to secretly do it to raise men's jean sales. And the easiest way to get a cult following is to get a woman that looks traditionally attractive and is willing to sell sex.
Oh, a woman that's traditionally attractive and willing.
That's so incredible. It's literally what I always say, isn't it? The woke they do not have any actual principles. The moment a principle they have becomes inconvenient, they abandon it instantly. In this case, sex workers and OnlyFans girls are stunning and brave and empowered until they need to own the chuds, and then it's sex sells, doesn't it? Diogri says, anyway, man, it's 1 a.m. at night in India. I need to go, but I have to watch Sardar Udham 2021 movie. If possible, make a review about it. Yeah, I will look into it, sir. And so thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate it. And have a great night. Indeed. And the restream will be here for you in the morning. Just saying. Oh, there's a spider web. Oh my God. I need to spray. I need to spray for the spiders. It's bad, man. It's really bad. Okay, roll tape.
Willing to sell sex. It sounds like you're talking about 1.4 million women in America right now that all have OnlyFans accounts.
What about exploiting women?
Well, you know, when a man does it, it's exploitation. When a woman does it, it's good business.
So despite being in a very deep, debilitating depression rut to where I've struggled to do anything else other than lay on my couch, I felt like this advertisement was too important not to talk about, especially in the political climate that we're in, so let's talk about it, because this is literal eugenics slapping everyone in the face.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ, these people are acting like American Eagle is effing Goebbels, dude. Do us all a favor. Get back in bed, would you please?
I can't believe
Get
I'm
back in
sitting
bed.
here listening to the Victim Olympics. We have the depressed, autistic, bedridden lesbian that has been so affected by life, but she found the courage to get out of her SpongeBob or Bluey bed sheets to come out here and tell me about eugenics and Sidney Sweeney.
Okay, it's disheartening. I really don't think they truly want to get it. I saw the Sidney Sweeney stuff today.
And I got tired. Tired of what?
Yep, that got me too.
What did I tell you, chat? What did I tell you? It's exhausting. It's exhausting keeping that Jenga tower of wacko ideas standing.
And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant.
Just think of this. All we have to do to defeat wokeness is be normal. That's all we have to do. And when I say normal, I'm not even normal. I'm a weird guy, okay? I'm on the internet celebrating all my nerdy interests. So when I say normal, I'm painting with I'm allowing for a pretty broad range here. I guess I'm saying this side of mental illness is kind of what I'm saying. I guess I'm saying I'm not mentally ill, and I don't think I am, but would I know it? Anyway, my point is just creating normal things and enjoying our lives and living and just enjoying being human, enjoying being American or British as the case may be, just enjoying our flag and our country and our national anthem, just enjoying sports, just enjoying games, just enjoying what's good. That's all it takes to defeat these wackos. That's it. Laughter. Laughter is all it takes to defeat them. Look at how easily they're completely... The woman is literally saying, I am depressed. I can't get out of bed in the morning. My life is unlivable. But the hatred I have for this Sidney Sweeney ad was enough to motivate me. It's like, wow. That's incredible. I think I've underestimated the tactical advantage we have over this kind of thinking. I really do. It's kind of remarkable when you think about it.
I keep thinking that people just are not going to believe us until we're hung out there. But then even then, I feel like they'll be like, oh, no. The same perpetual self-imposed victimhood.
Ironic.
You know, I did a post about saying, hey, like, these are the action steps that we really need to see from the good whites. Where I said I need protection. Put my cash out.
Yeah, good luck finding those.
And she goes, well, would you just rather white women just...
The good whites. The good whites. Do you guys know any of those? I sure don't. I don't know any.
not follow you at all anymore because da da da. And I'm like,
you know what the funniest thing about that too is, like, this chick says, you good whites out there, you need to start policing the bad whites. Don't worry, Karen's already working on it. You got nothing to worry about. But they say, you good white, we need the good whites to help us out. The last time I checked, anytime a white person tries to do something good on behalf of a non-white person, they always call that being a white savior. And it's like, we don't need you white knighting for us. So which is it?
Yeah, definitely unfollow me. I'm doing you a favor by showing up and calling you out.
Shut your mouth. Shut up. Shut the hole in your face. Like that. You can do it. Shh. Shut up. And shut the f*** up.
Get this out of here. Did she just ask for money on her Cash App because Sidney Sweeney came out with a jean commercial?
I want to talk about why my mutual here is so spot on with her thoughts about the American Eagle, Sidney Sweeney.
Oh my God. Folks. Rush Limbaugh used to say it. And I laughed. I thought, that's a funny joke, Rush. A good one. It's not so funny now. He just said it. This is what he used to say. He said feminism was created so as to allow unattractive women access to power.
I'm a creative director. I've worked in advertising for 15 years. I was recently laid off.
Oh my God. You want to know? You want to know who's in the Ironheart writing room? You want to know who's working on Dragon Age Veilguard? And coming up with dialogue scenes like, I'm going to pull a Barv because I misgendered a they, them. in a medieval fantasy world. You have whole dialogues about being non-binary. And you've got top surgery scars in the menu. When you're designing your character. You want to know who's in those rooms making that shit? Folks, I give you Exhibit A. I give you Patient Zero. When I say these are stupid people that write these garbage shows I've had to sit through and these crap video games, when I say these are stupid people that eat glue, this is who I'm talking about right here. This is the exact model of what I'm talking about.
And I've taken it as a sign from the universe that I need to leave this industry forever.
Well, the universe is real late with giving you the sign, considering you were fired.
And I've been disgruntled recently has been how overwhelmingly white and how overwhelmingly male it is and has been. And how difficult it has been to push for equitable viewpoints in, like, creative reviews.
I am getting flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks to when I lived in Los Angeles because, oh my God, these people like this were everywhere there. Everywhere. It was, you didn't even know. You were like a fish that didn't know it was wet. It was, you were exposed to this energy every single day. And I love Los Angeles. Don't get me wrong. I love Los Angeles. I really enjoyed my time there. But this was a downside. This was a downside. Fu Man Blue says, that's funny, but that's not why it was created. They created feminism to fracture the nuclear family and kickstart our descent into the social miasma that we live in today, which, Fu Man Blue, I would argue, is how they achieve power. That's how they... I think Rush was onto something, okay? He also used to have another prediction. He said one day, can't tell you when, But the Democrats are going to propose eliminating voting. They're going to propose eliminating it on the basis that voters cannot be trusted. They can't be trusted, right? And I used to say, like, that's pushing it, and then they started taking candidates off the ballot in 2024. And I was like, he was right. The man was so right all the time.
And
the last time equitable viewpoints were pushed, a white woman tried to get Dylan Mulvaney to sell heterosexual men beer. No, you were gone for good reason.
And white people, boycott American Eagle. Boycott the shit out of them. Boycott American Eagle.
Boycott the shit out of them.
And cancel this
Bring back the fat chicks.
person.
Oh my God.
Do you remember the Dave Chappelle skit? The Dave Chappelle skit, and it was Sam Jackson beer. Sam Jackson beer. Drink Samuel L. Jackson beer, and it'll get you drunk. You'll be fucking fat chicks in no time. That was the joke. That's what this makes me think of. Am I banned on Twitch yet? I wonder if I am. I am streaming on Twitch right now. It's an experiment. I'm not super wedded to it.
Woman is such a Debbie Downer. If she's married, I bet her husband is not attached to living in the least. That dude probably sometimes looks at oncoming traffic while playing music and thinks it's just a slight turn to the left, Tony, and it's over. You're free. I am now convinced that TikTok is a Chinese psyop to make Western women turn on their country for the dumbest shit imaginable. None of this makes any sense. I know that victimhood is currency, but this is insane. This is actually making me think I need to leave the country because it's only downhill from here. I mean, remember what Beyonce
Gundam is
blowback
such
for
a
her
black
jean
pill.
commercial?
He's such a black pill. All right, we're going to finish up this video, and then there's a lot more on the way, but I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back. And we are back. All right, let's finish up this Gundam video, and there is much more on the way on the Captain's Cast here on the Swords of Starships channel. Foodman Blue says, I can't believe so many right-thinking Americans still think the globalists are a conspiracy. My thinking on that is very simple. I don't believe that there is like a tightly organized central committee that's running everything. I don't think that's reality. But I do believe in the fact that, yeah, there is a plan. There are elite and powerful people, and in some ways their interests align, in others they don't. But generally speaking, yes, there will always be collusion among the powerful to achieve power. Civilization, whether it's democratic or not, is a Game of Thrones. It just is. And we finally came to play, boys. We came to play. Understand, like, this video, I chose to go over this because, look, the drama's the drama. I don't really care what the wackos think. I don't. The wackos are losing, and they deserve it. I'm not interested in farming internet drama. The reason I bring up this video and this event is because we're winning. We're winning. We are achieving victory after victory after victory. In fact, I always play, I played this clip a lot in 2023 and then in 2024 when we were really, it was dark times. It was really dark. 2023 was one of the worst years in like entertainment ever. And we had the Rings of Power, that was a rough time. That was like peak wokeness. And I used to play this clip, if you recall.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
And why do I play that clip? Sir Winston in the film Darkest Hour, Gary Oldman. Just a fantastic film. And that scene is brilliant. By the way, why do I play that? Because we were in the fight of our lives, my dear sailors and starnauts, and the fight for our culture. The fight for our right to party, to enjoy, but seriously, to party, to enjoy life. These wackos don't want people to have fun. Carrie Smith, who is a YouTuber I'm very fond of, she was once a full-blown woke wacko lib, and she converted. She just completely converted. Now she's like, she is anti-woke. She runs the deprogrammed live stream, so check out her channel. And one of the things she talks about is that when she was in the woke cult, as she puts it, she says the one thing that they would never allow was joy. The moment anyone was starting to sort of break away and start just enjoying life and having fun and being happy about something, often about a victory in their cause, right? Anytime that happened, someone had to come along and destroy it. Someone had to come along and talk, I think you're getting a little too cozy with the white supremacists or some bullshit. So we were in a war. We were in a war for our right to just enjoy sports without being preached at, to enjoy Star Trek, to enjoy Star Wars without being told that we're Nazis or whatever. Well, now we just don't care. But my point is, we are winning. We have inflicted catastrophic, cataclysmic defeats on the box office, on television shows. We have ratioed woke wacko trailer after trailer after trailer. We have absolutely bankrupted the brand of Bud Light. They lost permanently billions of dollars of profit. And then we did the same to Walmart, to Target, to multiple companies, just normal people choosing what they wanted with their last remaining card to play, their wallets, their dollars. And then, in a landslide election, we threw a giant brick through the woke window. And we said, screw you. And it has taken years of this. It has taken years of undeniable victory after undeniable victory for these companies to finally start getting the message. And the reason that these hogs are crying about it is because they're finally beginning to understand that they're losing. They were losing a long time ago. They just didn't know it yet. But now they're starting to figure it out. And this Sidney Sweeney ad is the proof of it. It's the proof of it. It is the proof that it's been worth it. And I want us to celebrate this together.
No, that's right, because it didn't happen. When she dropped her jean commercial, it was called iconic. The fact that Sidney Sweeney is being roasted for dyeing her hair blonde, and we're sitting here pretending that's all Beyonce's real hair, is wild to me, dude. This is the whitest black woman I've ever seen in my life since Michael Jackson, and I'm supposed to be excited and shit. Wow. I feel like I'm in the Chronicles of Narnia, except there's no cool talking lion, there's no witches and wardrobes. It's all just misery, apathy, and female insanity. I know some people might call me a misogynist, but if misogyny is just basically saying something that is objectively true, then I'm a misogynist. I'm not even gonna bother reading these ridiculous posts from women on LinkedIn.
Hat tip, It's a Gundam, a brilliant video and proof. We have rejected woke storytelling. We have rejected censorship. We have rejected left-wing insanity, demonizing us for who we are, for what we believe, for loving our country, for loving our flag. We have inflicted defeat after defeat after defeat. We are restoring beauty, normalcy, family, tradition, joy, faith to human life. We are rolling back the insanity. We are rolling back our leftist overlords. Entertainment will be for entertainment again. And so a captain's salute to Sidney Sweeney and victory. Would you like some more winning? Could you handle some more? Mr. Producer, if you would. Hat tip for the win. Fantastic Four's box office drop proves Marvel is losing average moviegoers. Marvel Studios might be staring down the endgame for its cinematic universe as we know it, with the Fantastic Four First Steps estimated for a difficult 66% box office drop from its respectable opening weekend of $118 million domestic. The comic book movie giant has watched its 2025 strategy lose some of the core audience that cemented the MCU back when it was quality as appointment viewing for years. The average moviegoers, that would be you, my dear sailors and starnuts. Now understand, I liked Fantastic Four First Steps. I think it's a fairly good movie. 6 or 7 out of 10. I think I'm settling on, I'm going to give it a 7. That one, Superman, Fantastic Four, final score, 7 out of 10. Above average. But not great, not brilliant. And while they might be a sign of things improving, too little too late. And the point is, the consequences are in. Quote, right now, Marvel most likely won't have one of its films situated within the top 5 of domestic earners at the box office for the first time since 2011. After running Hollywood for the better part of 15 years and change, Marvel is stuck with all 3 of 2025 films likely falling behind their peers in domestic box office competition. February's Captain America Brave New Mothman, roughly $200 million, suffered from lackluster reviews and a convoluted fit into the grander storyline, while May's Thunderbolts boasted good reviews but lacked marquee characters casual fans know about. The Fantastic Four First Steps should outgross both of those films domestically when it's all said and done, but it's unlikely to top the ultimate grosses of films like a Minecraft movie, Lilo and Stitch, Jurassic World Afterbirth, Superman by James Gunn, and even April's surprise horror hit, The Brilliant Sinners. The new Fantastic Four film earned good notices from critics, but the substantial drop shows that once the big fans got in their viewings during opening weekend, there weren't as many casual moviegoers left waiting to see the new MCU project as in years past. This is the third time this year that a Marvel film has shown an inability to leg out. The party is over, Marvel. You have burned your audience. You have taken us for granted. You have spat in our faces. And now you are reaping the reward. Resume, quote, with probable global hits like Avatar, Fire and Ash, Wicked for Good, and Zootopia 2 on the horizon, a Marvel film will also possibly miss the top 10 globally at the box office outside of 2020 for the first time since 2011. First Steps isn't doing big business internationally, and it's already proving to lack legs stateside. Compare this film's lukewarm results to 2024's Deadpool and Wolverine, a monster success with 2 primarily non-MCU characters that grossed roughly $637 million domestically. Marvel's biggest success since 2021's Spider-Man No Way Home relied on 2 characters whose previous films were created by other studios under the generic Marvel banner. Marvel will next partner with Sony on next July's Spider-Man Brand New Day, which will reportedly boast Mark Ruffalo's gross Hulk and John Barenthal's Punisher Awesome. We're assuming another Tom Holland Spider-Man vehicle will do big business, as will December 2026's Avengers Doomsday. However, even those big projects lean on past glories to wrangle in the casual moviegoers. This year, a new Captain America in Anthony Mackie, a new anti-hero squad, all failed to reach past the expected audience. There you have it. The era of woke is at last coming to an end. But of course, we must remain vigilant. And we will. Redoubt Production says all the suits ordering it, and then Chappelle dressed as a pirate impersonator of SLJ barges in. It's so stupid, it just works. I would agree with you, yes. Dave Chappelle, that show was an absolute phenomenon in its day. Now, there's more in the stack of stuff. So, I wanted to read this article last Captain's Cast. However, it was behind a paywall, and I found a workaround. So, it's called the Wayback Machine, and it's excellent. Here we go. Come on, Internet. Come on now. There it is. Hat tip, The Spectator. The Death of Superman. Now, this is an article from 2023. How Hollywood killed the American hero. And author Stephen L. Miller. In 2003, the Scottish comic book writer Mark Millar penned a 3-part illustrated series for DC Comics titled Red Sun. Close quote for a second. I've read Red Sun, so that would be Superman Red Sun, where it's an alternate history where Superman lands in communist Russia instead of in America, and it's fantastic. It's a really great read. Resume quote, in it, he creates an alternate Superman universe that hypothesizes what would have happened had the Kryptonian Orphan's rocket landed in Soviet-occupied Ukraine instead of Kansas in 1953. Superman becomes a state agent for Joseph Stalin's Kremlin. Instead of saving the world in the name of truth, justice, and the American way, he fights as the champion of the common worker for socialism and expansion of the Warsaw Pact. Millar's series took the usual fantastical comic book hero twists and turns, but the premise gets to the heart of what America means and what Superman means to America, a concept that Hollywood has all but killed with a recent flood of generic comic book adaptations, as Marvel and DC Comics attempt to world build. Something has been absent in recent times in the adaptation of film and art: the idea of a fundamentally American hero. Superman, as a character, is ultimately about why America is good. And Hollywood simply does not believe America is a force for good. Truth, justice, and the American way, as it exists in mass media today, has given way to my truth, social justice, and white supremacy. Hollywood does not appear to be headed for a course correction. This article was in 2023, my dear sailors and star nuts, so bear that in mind. This is 2 years ago. Hollywood does not appear to be headed for a course correction either on Superman or America. Americans do not think of themselves as sharing a common enemy, as they did during the Cold War. Hollywood won't portray radical Islam in film due to cultural and media sensitivities. China fills a natural role, but thanks to the growing market overseas for films, Hollywood is capitulating to them politically by offering alternative edits to their films and even going so far as having Chinese state officials on set, as Marvel did with Iron Man 3 and others. On issues of race, policing, gender, and politics, Hollywood takes a progressive posture. American cynicism is precisely why Amazon's The Boys and its vicious anti-hero Homelander are more of a draw today than the Big Blue Boy Scout. Filmmaker James Gunn, of Guardians of the Galaxy and the Suicide Squad fame, has been newly tasked with rebooting the DC Universe on film again. Superman Legacy is slated for a July 2025 release. Remember that title? Oh, man. Wow. One good decision Gunn made was dropping that subtitle. Quote, "It is a chance for Hollywood to get Superman right again. Whether Gunn and company will take it is another matter. At the time of writing, Hollywood is experiencing a historic writers and actors strike that has frozen not only current projects, but all future projects as well. DC and Gunn should use that time to reevaluate the main character and American icon. Gunn has cast David Corenswet, who is set to step into the cape in place of Henry Cavill. Gunn's general comments about how he is rethinking the character have been focused on race and gender, and suggest he will miss the opportunity." Close quote. And while Superman 2025 is mostly positive and free of cringe political messaging, Superman is a passenger in his own film. Superman is not a leader. Superman whines and talks about how his emotions are his strength, and never, ever does the movie embrace the American way as its prime ethic. So at the end of the day, it seems fitting to me that a fan dressed as Homelander showed up to a showing of James Gunn's Superman, and it went viral. It's almost like a statement about how ineffective James Gunn's Superman was at restoring what Superman truly symbolizes. Open quote. Missing in James Gunn's film is any sign of an understanding of the grassroots history, well, missing in Gunn's comments, that is, any understanding of the grassroots history of who Clark Kent is as a person, but more importantly, as an American. DC has described the new Superman as a workplace origin story. Earlier this year, CEO of DC Studios Peter Safran was quoted as saying the new film will have a primary focus of Superman balancing his Kryptonian heritage with his human upbringing. Director Zack Snyder, who brought the Man of Steel back to the screen in 2013, portrayed Superman as a flawed, Christ-like figure, employing real-world media personalities like Charlie Rose, Anderson Cooper, and Neil deGrasse Tyson to debate the philosophical meaning behind an alien with the ability to fly landing on Earth. Exploring Superman from a real-world media perspective is a rich concept. You can imagine the long diatribes and think pieces from the opinion pages of the New York Times, quote, Superman's silence on the death of George Floyd is unacceptable, or Superman was AWOL during the January 6th riots, that's a problem. Oh my God, this writer is so correct about this. He is so correct about this. If Superman were real, this is 100% what they would be doing. Resuming with the article, it would be enough for him to throw his hands up altogether and search out causes on new planets with intelligent life instead. This is the dilemma. Not only for the character of Superman, but for the portrayal of any pro-American hero in Hollywood. In the recent Avengers films, Marvel's Captain America starts out rooted in World War II American military symbolism, fighting the Nazis. Every film thereafter sees him dealing with personal and moral complications that rarely have anything to do with fighting for and protecting American ideals. Close quote for a second. I slightly disagree with Stephen L. Miller here. I think that, yeah, a passionate and unapologetic defense of American ideals, no. I would say Steve Rogers in the MCU doesn't really ever represent that. But I would say that it is still striking to me that Captain America of Phase 1 through 3 Marvel is far more of an American truth, justice, and American way hero than Superman was in the James Gunn Superman or even in the Zack Snyder film. And I do think that part of it is he lives it. And Captain America Winter Soldier, for me, is probably his best defense, his best representation of American values. Resuming with the article. The portrayal of American soldiers storming the beaches of Normandy seemed to be Hollywood's only universally agreed upon moment of American heroism. America was good. Nazi Germany was bad. But everything that came after is a morally complicated struggle session, and everything that came before. It's fascinating, isn't it? That is a incredibly sharp point. America storming the beaches of Normandy. It's the only time in American history that the left can agree America was good. And I would argue they even struggle a little with that. I've talked to left-wing people that actually think America were war criminals in World War II and that history is written by the victors and all that bullshit. Resuming with the article, hence why Hollywood has the very idea of Superman backwards. Superman knows what American exceptionalism is. Hollywood and our media struggle with accepting the same idea. Instead, they view him as a symbol of imperialistic and misguided patriotic propaganda, and therefore he must be reinvented, reimagined, and rewritten. Sidney Sweeney, advertising jeans, anyone? It is why Hollywood has failed to top Richard Donner's 1978 Superman film. But to ignore the American propaganda aspect of Superman and similar cosmic heroes is to betray their entire reason for being. The character's co-creator, Jerry Siegel, enlisted in the United States military in 1943. He was trained as both a skilled mechanic and as a reporter for Stars and Stripes. The character of Superman himself was published primarily as American military propaganda, with the character routinely foiling Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin. The world may have changed around him, but Superman is constant and should be understood as the quintessential American hero. It is not Superman who struggles with his identity. He knows what his purpose is, despite its failings. America is a global force for good, like Superman. We struggle. We falter. But our ideals, American ideals, remain a constant. They are everlasting. It's not Superman and America who need to be reimagined. It's Hollywood. Close quote. And I would just add, it's, the ideals upon which America were founded are not, America is not the inventor of these ideals. That's the most important point. We hold these truths to be self-evident. You know the thing. That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain natural rights, that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When Thomas Jefferson penned those words and the founders signed that document, they were not creating that idea. They were signing to that idea. They were saying that that is already the natural state of man. The natural state of the human being is freedom of thought, freedom of expression, and the right to pursue happiness. And so America is simply a defender, a believer, and adherent to those views, not their inventor. Those rights, that is the natural state of the human being, and it always will be. And that is what America represents, and that is what Superman represents, and it is what one day, somehow, some way, it shall be restored to its proper central place in American life. And we march on, my dear chat. Okay, so, I came across this scene. I was rewatching Man of Steel recently, and I was thinking about Jor-El as he's portrayed in James Gunn, Superman by James Gunn. And just compare the Jor-El of James Gunn's Superman with this Jor-El. It's like, it is such a better, in many ways, it truly is a better movie, Man of Steel.
To see you standing there, having grown into an adult. If only Lara could have witnessed this.
Who are you?
I am your father, Cal. Or at least a shadow of him. His consciousness. My name was Jor-El.
And Cal? That's my name.
Kal-El. It is.
Hans Zimmer's score in that film is just so incredible. It's like haunting. I don't know where he came up with that little motif there. I don't know how to describe it. This film has a feeling that no other film has. And I think that owes a lot. Look, credit where it's due. Snyder's version of Superman had its problems, but it also had its moments of brilliance. I do think the interesting thing about this scene is, and I did think about this in contrast with James Gunn's Superman, it's so much darker. It's so much more... There's such a lack of color and life in Snyder's vision of Superman, and I think that's a big mistake. I think that always was a big mistake. But the fact that there's this vast cosmic wonder and mystery associated with Krypton. That's how Marlon Brando said it, Krypton. And the dramatic weight of Kal-El meeting his father. It's like there's a gravitas to it. There's an importance to it. And what does James Gunn do? James Gunn just says, oh, he just wanted him to found a harem and conquer Earth. How can you even compare that to this?
I have so many questions. Where do I come from? Why did you send me here?
You came from Krypton.
I just, the score in this film is unbelievably good. It is so good. Now, and then you have Marlon Brando, Jor-El.
You will travel far, my little Kal-El. But we will never leave you, even in the face of our death. The richness of our lives shall be yours. All the
These films were written with such dramatic weight and purpose and beauty. Like, this is great writing. These are great lines. They have an almost literary quality to them. This is why I cannot stand the creative choice that Gunn made in the Superman film with Jor-El just being basically a whack job. A whack job. He just reduced him to a meme is basically what he did. And he's doubled down on that. It's like, compare that to Jor-El being this wise thought leader of his home world, a loving father, a teacher, a mentor. There's no comparison.
that I have, all that I've learned, everything I feel. All this and more I bequeath you, my son.
So much better. Just so much more incredible. And Wrangler has got to go. So Wrangler says, I have to do some yard work. Have a good one, guys. Have a good one, Wrangler. Thanks again for the super chat. Appreciate it. Enjoy the sunshine if is where you are at. And let's move on in the stack of stuff. Yes, Lieutenant Producer, I need my dashboard, if you would. How are we doing on time? I'm trying to keep things just a little bit more reasonable in terms of the length of the show. So, all right, chat. I'm going to put a poll in. Well, but a poll is probably overkill. We have 2 Critical Drinker videos, and I want to watch one of them. Ghostbusters 2016 Production Hell or Crash and Burn, the Brie Larson story. Brie Larson story or Ghostbusters 2016. I'm kind of leaning Ghostbusters 2016, but you let me know what you think. But since we are in the business of celebrating wins and celebrating the defeat of the wackos, I thought we should study them in greater detail. Unfortunately, I'm not the man for this work. You see, there is a type of fan that absolutely loves that hates Sidney Sweeney in a jeans ad, but loves, some nose ring chicks with shaved heads and diabetes. They're what's known as a shill, and they make me sick. Unfortunately, I don't have the stomach to study their habits in their natural state, but there is a man who does. His name is Mr. Grizzy. He is a servant of humanity. He studies the shill, their peculiarities, their curious habits, and the idiosyncrasies of their nature, which of course are imposed by their disease, which is known as shillery by proxy. It's debilitating, it's congenital, it's incurable, and the prognosis is grim. But he studies them in hopes that someday a cure may be found, and they can be returned to the ranks of normal humanity who enjoy things like Sidney Sweeney commercials. But until that day, his prescription is clear. Ridicule, mockery, and laughter at the shill's expense. And so, without further ado, we're going to check in this hour of our victory. We are going to see how the shill is doing. After all, we are humanitarians here on the Swords of Starships channel, and we take no pleasure in the suffering of the shill. And so hopefully they're in better spirits today. So we'll just let Mr. Grizzy give us the report.
I reject the notion that we are shills. However, I understand that those accusations are going to keep coming.
Do you think?
So Brandon actually proposed something that I think is a wonderful idea, to assemble the Coalition of the Shilling and unite with all other influencers who are accused, like New Rockstars is, of being shills.
Yes! I love this idea. I think this is a great idea. This is, hell, it's what I would do. But this, please do this. This is going to, the content Grizzy will create from that, folks, it will blow the doors off. It will be his magnum opus. It will be the crown jewel of his life's work. I can't wait for this.
Eric Voss is a paid shill. I've exposed this many times on the channel. My friends have exposed this on their channels as well.
You know what?
And after
I do not trust people that smile with both rows of their teeth. I just don't. It's always been, it's an uncanny valley thing. I sense deception. I sense subterfuge. I don't know what it is. It just, if I see, only the Joker smiles with both rows of their teeth. It's just a thing. I don't know if it's right or fair. It just is what it is. I don't trust people that smile with both rows of their teeth.
After years of laughing it off and not take
one row is acceptable, or no teeth, also acceptable. Even a kind of tortured wince is acceptable. This is unacceptable for me. What's that, Fu Man Blue? Oh, okay. You're asking Starfield. Okay, I can't read that one.
Taking these claims seriously.
Do not look like an idiot 12 months from now when people say that you are a shill and have bad taste in movies.
Because some accounts saw this photo and just saw a list of Disney shills whose approval of the series must have been bought off with stickers. And having been there, that
keep this in mind later. Honest to God, I would have a little more respect for guys like you, Eric Voss, if honest to God, you just didn't say the exact same opinion about every single thing you see. If every single thing you saw was not the best, most incredible, most exciting thing you'd ever seen since the last most incredible, most exciting thing you'd ever seen, that alone would go a long way to me not thinking you're a shill. Just that one little thing.
That day, I could tell you that was not the case.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Eric Voss finally, in an audio-only podcast episode entitled Are All Movie Influencers Shills?
Are the hosts of New Rockstars shills for studios like Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal?
Yes.
But for whatever reason chose not to upload this content to his millions of subscribers on YouTube, or his secondary channel where they upload content very similar to this all the time.
The conversations that you're going to be hearing in the Danger Room is the kind of stuff that we would never talk about on YouTube. A lot of this stuff is just kind of like personal, indulgent, kind of whiny soapbox stuff. It's stuff that
Thermite. Star Fury. So Fu Man Blue, if you want to know what I'm laughing at, my dear viewer, in case you're not reading the chat. Fu Man Blue asked a question of the Master at Arms. Fu Man Blue asked a question of the Master Gunner aboard the ship. That would be Starfield. And the answer to the question that Star Fury supplied was thermite. And for reasons I cannot... I will not tell you what the question was. You will simply have to go into the chat replay and find out for yourself.
Like, we're a little nervous putting publicly out on YouTube where any of our enemies are going to take us out of context and try to, like, edit us to say things that we're not actually saying.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
Okay, boss, two things.
Right.
One, I think you are indeed afraid of what your enemies, quote unquote, would do with all the stupid shit you're about to say in this upcoming podcast.
We feel a little bit more comfortable having those conversations in a audio.
the meme that Grizzy put up, in case you're listening, it's a meme of Yoda, and it's saying, "A pussy motherfucker you are." I think it sounds better in my head, honestly. "A pussy motherfucker you are. Your floppy lightsaber. Keep that, you may."
The only intimate podcast environment.
And two, we do not take you out of context. You just do a great job stepping in shit every time you turn on your camera to do a video or a live stream. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're already stepping in it in the episode description.
Are all movie influencers shills? Okay. In this first ever episode of The Danger Room by New Cuck stars, Eric Voss and John Costa address one recurring accusation levied towards our channel by certain corners of the internet. I wonder who he's talking about. Whether getting invited to movie premieres and getting free popcorn at press events makes us biased, bribed shills on the Disney payroll.
This is so delicious. You know why this is so delicious? So these are the same wackos that always say any fans that are not liking a movie or downvoting a trailer or whatever, they're toxic, they're bigots, they're grifters, they just want rage clicks. So they are always accusing people of these types of things. Review bombing, you name it, right? And what's funny is we of the Fellowship just embrace it, and like Jeremy over at D-Day Cobra, he's always saying, like, they're like, for all of those of you accusing me of being a grifter, yes, I am a grifter. I grift on YouTube. What are you going to do about it? It's like, that's his response, right? That's their response. Or they say, you guys are saying that we're a bunch of retards. Yes, we are. You know, that's always how they reply to these things, right? But notice how the shill takes these matters deadly serious. I am allowed to accuse you of being toxic, of being a grifter, of being a bigot, of being unsophisticated, of being MAGA. Ew, gross. Of being a review bomber. I can accuse you of being all of those things. But if you accuse me of being a shill, well, this is serious. We have to have a debate about it. We have to do what all leftists do. Whenever a leftist identifies a problem in the world, there's only two courses of action a leftist is to take. And that is create TikTok content or rush to the microphones and do a podcast about it. There's a third. Be a malcontent. With a paid carbon copied printed sign and protest in the street and block traffic. That's one course of action. The other one is to rush to the microphones and do a podcast about it. Podcast hard. Redout Productions says, I have returned from dinner. What have I missed? You have missed the first few minutes of Grizzy Shills, Redoubt. So buckle up, because we got more Grizzy Shills to go. Starfury says, YouTube has deleted at least 3 of my messages already this stream. I checked by running another non-Google browser not logged in and view the chat. Google are such fascists. They truly are, Starfury. It's tough, man. Whenever Starfury is able to get one past the goalie, it's always impressive. He does. I don't know how he does it. Every once in a while, I look at the chat and I'm like, oh, shit. Oh, he got that one past the goalie.
So as you heard earlier...
Can you believe he's a moderator? I made Starfury. I gave him the power of the mod. That's trust. You know, to paraphrase Carmine Falcone, that's trust you can't buy. You got a master at arms. You got an off-duty master gunner over there. And I wouldn't have a second's hesitation of making them a mod in this chat. Now that's trust you can't buy. So don't come down here and tell me you understand this world. Because you don't.
Voss claimed that he got nothing but stickers at the Acolyte premiere.
Sheer persistence. Yes, sheer persistence, Starfury.
Which I debunked in a previous video. He actually got a toy lightsaber and a gift basket.
This is the most pathetic thing in the world right here. This is so sad that they've got this fold-out plastic conference table in this dingy little office corporate room, windowless room, and they've got these little goodie bags. Come over here, Shill. Come on over, Shill. Take your bag and get out.
It's a lot of stickers, if that's all that was in there, on top of getting to meet and hang out with Dave Filoni and Leslie Headland.
That's not true, Fu Man. Completely unfounded trust. Was here for 2 streams before he was a mod. Starfury and Fu Man Blue, you two have been here since the first stream. Don't think I don't know that. Believe me, I am so grateful for that. I appreciate it. You've invested a lot of hours of your Sundays on yours truly. And that's an honor. It truly is. I hope I'm worthy of it. I do. I really hope I'm worthy of that. I think about it all the time. I did a 6 hours, not intentionally, I did a 6-hour stream last weekend, and I felt guilty. I seriously felt guilty. I was like, I'm never doing that again. Not because I don't enjoy it. Believe me, I have a blast. I have an incredibly fun time just sitting here for 6 hours. I felt guilty because I thought, I'm not worth 6 hours of someone's time on a Sunday. That's not possible. I cannot be party to taking advantage of that much time of someone on. You need to be spending time with your family or something. I start to get guilty. Starfury says the investment is worth it. That seriously, no lie. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope that's true. I really do. But seriously, man, I appreciate it. Fu Man Blue says, it may say more about how boring our lives are than how interesting I am. Okay. That's fair, Fu Man. That's very fair. But no, seriously, I do appreciate it. Anthony Timmons says the Family from Hell group photo. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I totally forgot I had the cube-shaped woman on screen and filleting Filoni I had on the screen. Sorry. We're taking that off the screen directly. That's how Grand Moff Tarkin says it, directly. Starfury says, fuckers, take your 30 pieces of silver. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's your 30 shillings for the shells.
And now he's saying that he gets nothing but free popcorn at movie premieres and press events.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
I guess his interview with Matt Shackman, the director of...
So this is Grizzy on a mission here. Grizzy is on a full-blown Eric Voss takedown right now, and he's counting all of his lies. This is beautiful right here.
Fantastic Four first steps must have slipped his mind. Maybe because Voss is too overwhelmed with the fact that he may or may not be gay for him.
Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt.
Jesus. Do I have the clip? I wish so I need this, Miss Lieutenant, I need this clip loaded for next time, but it's Billy Bob Thornton. I might have it, actually. Do I have it? I've got to find it. I know I loaded a bunch of clips for myself and just to treat myself, you know? Just to treat myself. Where are they? Maybe it's this one. I thought I might have had it. Anyway, I just think of the clip of Billy Bob Thornton in Bad Santa when he finds out that the little fat kid that he's living with, his name is Thurman. He's like, your name is Thurman? Thurman Merman? And then he says, Jesus. It's exactly how I felt watching that just now. Look, see what I'm saying? Ugh, he's smiling with both rows of his teeth. Gross. It's not natural.
Boss's closet, yo.
Yeah, hit the like button on the video if you think he's gay for him.
Hello? So, I was super excited to see the WandaVision.
Is this Matt Reeve that he's talking to? Is that what I heard? Hang on. I got to go back so I got to know who I'm.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
I guess his interview with Matt Shackman, director of Fantastic Four First Step.
Oh, okay. Director of Fantastic. I was going to say, I don't think I was Matt Reeve. I thought I heard Matt something. So Matt Shackman, the director of Fantastic Four, is who Eric Voss is interviewing. And the expression of Matt Shackman is unbelievable. And then Grizzy puts a caption.
I guess his interview with Matt Shackman, the director of Fantastic Four First Steps, must have slipped his mind. Maybe because Voss is too overwhelmed with the fact that he may or may not be gay for him.
Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt. Hi, Matt.
Boss's closet, yo.
Yeah, hit the like button on the video if you think he's gay for him.
Hello? So, I was super excited to see the one.
Hello? He's so terrified, this guy. He's so terrified. You can't hide from Grizzy. That's damn right, Anthony Timmons. Redoubt says I won't comment about that gentleman's punctuation of hi. It's like, it's possible to be gay and enhance your chill. You know what I'm saying? Probably not. Never mind.
Division Easter egg.
All right, so with that, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this podcast.
He looks like a leg.
Desperately tried to.
He looks like a leg humper. Anthony Timmons says, "Oh, 100%.
Keep hidden."
Obviously, we stand a lot to gain from having a good relationship with these people, but on the flip side, they also stand a lot to gain with having good relationships with us.
Wow, a brief moment of honesty from Voss here. Yes, and for example...
He drags his arse along the carpet, says Starfury. Yeah.
These people get to see an early press screening 2 weeks in advance for a blockbuster movie, say Superman, for example. And lo and behold, I'm sure you all remember this, the media and the shill influencers were glazing the shit out of it. Our boy Voss, as you can see, comparing it to Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 2.
They also stand a lot to gain.
I think I just threw up in my mouth. God, look, I'm saying this as someone who liked James Gunn's Superman. That statement makes me want to throw up. Just disgusting.
With having good relationships with us.
Shill is basically...
Yes, Anthony! Anthony gets it. Anthony says his smile is a dead giveaway. It's the 2 rows of teeth smile. I just don't trust anyone. It's like the crazy eyes on a woman. That's the equivalent in a male. Any man that smiles with both rows of his teeth habitually other than as like a wacky gesture, like trying to make a point, right? That's another thing. Or cringing at something, If you just, when you smile, like just whenever you smile, it's both rows of the teeth, avoid that person. Like that's trouble brewing. I'm just telling you. And if you catch yourself doing this, you got to fix that, man. You got to fix that, brah. It's not a good look, brah.
A term used by some of our contrarian detractors in our comments who are accusing us of being paid to write reviews.
Now, I don't know what all of the detractors in the New Rockstars comment section are saying, but the general consensus is not that they are paid by the studios in exchange for positive reviews, and for them to imply that that's what we're saying is false.
Studios like Disney or Universal or Warner Brothers by inviting us to early screenings and paying us to write the reviews that we write that are overly positive to create a positive buzz around their movies and TV shows in order to influence people.
What we are saying is that they do profit indirectly.
There it is. Oh my God. Do you see it? You see it's the double row smile right there.
Through the access given to them by these studios, Disney, Warner Brothers, Universal, and the New Rockstars and several others lean positive in their coverage in order to keep this access.
And when
and just to be clear, I'm talking about the teeth are closed, but the smile is showing both rows of the teeth. And yes, I know I'm obsessing over this. That's for a reason. It's because I'm correct. If you're smiling because you're smiling so happily that you can see both rows of teeth, but your mouth is open because you're like smiling so much, that's fine. That's fine. Like it's a good belly laugh. Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about both rows of your teeth are sharply, tightly closed, but you're still grinning so that both are visible. That's the Joker smile right there. That's how the Joker smiles. That's probably how Gavin Newsom smiles. I'm just saying.
People who see those movies, they have a more negative opinion of it and realize, oh, was that person being genuine in their review?
I mean, I'll just leave this on the screen a little bit longer for you guys so you can judge for yourselves.
We have just
wait. I got to read that. I missed that. Okay. The Marvels this is Eric Voss on X. The Marvels is an astonishingly wacky film. I had a lot of fun. Iman Vellani was born to be an MCU star. She elevates a tangled story into a Marvel nerd's dream. Sometimes that dream wavers out of sync, but it sticks the landing.
So you can judge for yourselves.
We have just been lucky to be included on like an early screening.
The Eternals is a groundbreaking Marvel spectacle and the highest game changer since Avengers Endgame. Chloe Zhao brings a daring sense of scale to the MCU. If you love world building, Eternals shows you how it's done literally. Can't wait to see it opening night. Every single movie, this is their take. Every single one of them. You could go back years, and he says the same thing about every movie he sees. Every single one. It makes me sick.
List that they do in the LA area. And we're able to see the movie maybe 10 days early, a week early, sometimes less.
Early access to the film before the general public is a form of payment. They also get multiple episodes or
Oh, jeez. Star Fury. I see you got that one through.
Sometimes the entire season of streaming content sent to them in advance as well.
People who write reviews for like Variety or people like New Rockstars, when we're breaking down the movie, sometimes we do a review of the movie, and just to give us time to write it and make it publishable early enough so that when people are making plans for their weekend can decide, hey, do I want to see this opening night? Do I want to see this next week? Do I want to see it at all? That's really it.
And this dumbass is too
Fu Man says, I used to watch Voss before Endgame. He used to have really good insight about story and comic book history. I never missed his content. Yeah, I mean, however, I didn't know him before Grizzy Shills, so honestly, I don't know. I only know him from Grizzy Shills. So I can't speak to that. But what I can say is I used to read the mainstream reviewers a lot. I used to, and I enjoyed them a lot because I enjoyed hearing them argue and debate ideas. Like I used to watch Siskel and Ebert. I'd watch Ebert and Roper. I would go to Rotten Tomatoes and I would read all of the top critics' reviews. I had a few favorites. And like Michael Phillips and A.O. Scott, I used to read their reviews. And, there's an art form to writing film reviews that is, and honestly, The Critical Drinker is one of the best that I've ever seen. And there's an art form to it. There's a word play, and one of the things I took great pleasure in was just how they would craft, how they would turn the review itself into a kind of story, and I really enjoyed that a lot. And I used to get a lot of value from that. And then the Orange Man came, and it became clear that any threat to the leftist world order would not be tolerated. And movies then became a battleground for the political bullshit. And then I got really tired of it. And that's really what explains Eric Voss, in my view. I think that as with every single thing in our culture, including jeans commercials, everything has become the battlefield for leftist, unhinged psychopaths. And that's the problem. That's why this little twerp can never tell the truth about Marvel movies. How do I know he's not telling the truth? Because he's not describing at least several of them as what they are: trash. Garbage. The Marvels is crap. And the fact that this person can never describe these movies accurately or with any actual nuance, his opinions are useless. And the same goes for the critics I used to read. I used to read these critics and enjoy their work. And I can't stand it anymore. And now I've gone down the alt-right pipeline of Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker. And there's no going back. You've changed things. There's no going back.
Stupid to realize that he profits off of this.
What an idiot.
Being first or one of the first to get your movie reviews out on YouTube is everything. That gets all the views, that gets all the subscribers, and yes, that gets all the YouTube ad revenue as well. And you getting to see the film once and in some cases twice before the general public does gives you a huge advantage over other content creators and other people in your field.
That's a great point. Yeah, that Grizzy's also pointing out the fact that it's such an OP advantage to get this early access, to get the screeners, like that. They're not willing to risk losing that because it's a tactical advantage in their business model. And so this is what happens. You go mainstream and now you're incentivized. You're incentivized to start telling these movie companies what they want to hear. And to Critical Drinker's credit, I think he has softened a little bit, honestly. I do. Because, let's face it, he's gotten interviews with Russell Crowe. He's been working with major, some serious names in the film industry lately. And he's become big enough that it actually has a big impact, what he thinks about things. But to his credit, he still tells the truth about movies that are crap. And I don't ever see that changing, but it's always possible. I guarantee you there's great pressure. There's great incentives. He's starting to go on Piers Morgan. He's getting more and more mainstream. The incentive will be there for him to start not necessarily lying about a movie, but maybe softening some of his critiques. And I think it's not easy to resist that kind of pressure, especially when there's dollar signs attached. Fortunately for Critical Drinker, his entire brand was basically being a shit poster toward film companies. So I think that's more of a long shot, but still, I'm sure the pressure is there.
I just want to be able to see the movie early so that we have time to write an in-depth breakdown, and I can have a second opportunity to see the movie before the weekend so that I can write a better breakdown.
Which leads to you making more money than everybody else covering it on the platform. You also make money interviewing cast members. You make money in your video interviewing the director. And if you guys do live streaming with over 4 million subscribers, having seen a movie that none of them have, chances are you can make a lot of money that way too.
These companies do that. You get free popcorn when you show up, and
sometimes they'll give you popcorn.
Sometimes they trot the cast and crew out onto the stage, and sometimes there's a DJ playing music there to get you in a state that is like heightened and excited.
Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies.
This one's more a live omission, but I'm counting it. They give away free booze at these events, and I imagine covering an entire theater in California, that can get quite expensive.
Potentially like more set up to have a good time than what the movie offers on face value.
Well, I had a few Chardonnays. What of it?
And I think the reason people...
I had a few Chardonnays. What of it?
Will still point at us and say shill is because of our sort of company ethos, which is just to be positive. What we're trying to do, what you're trying to do.
Gross. Disgusting. Just be positive. I'm so sick of the toxic positivity movement. I've had it. Putting lipstick on a pig is not being positive.
With your writing, what we're trying to do from an editing.
There's nothing positive. There's nothing positive about glazing and pandering over garbage, slop, written by stupid people who don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Making shit, trash, ugly, sloppy, dumb films like Jurassic Park Afterbirth that contribute nothing to the cultural zeitgeist, that are forgettable. The equivalent of a shitty McDonald's burger. And you're propping up these bad art, garbage art that's making us all dumber for having watched it. That's not positive. Just be positive. This is why we have garbage.
Perspective is like show you all the cool stuff, and it's less of our job or less of our interest to nitpick, right?
Translation:
don't ask questions, just consume product and then get excited for next product.
I have seen a dramatic shift to a mirror world that has spawned where the only valid criticism is to root for things to fail.
Yeah.
And to doom.
This is such a bullshit straw man argument. This is such a disingenuous argument. Oh, yeah. Oh, if you don't like it, it's not because it's bad. It's because you have to root for it to fail. You lying prick. This is why you're a shill. This is why you're a shill. Because you are full of crap.
Something's chances and to assume it will be bad based on its very existence. I mean, and how do you argue against that? Because those are the people who have invented the lexicon of shill.
So allow me to translate once again.
We are under their skin, folks. You know, what's interesting is I think when they were saying nothing about the shill moniker, you could safely assume it was bothering them much more than they're letting on. Now that they're actually talking about it, I think you can assume that as annoyed as he sounds, how they actually feel about this is far worse. I think it's driving them crazy. I think it's pissing them off because they know they are losing the argument. They are losing credibility. And the shill moniker is hilarious. It's spreading like wildfire. I think they know, folks. They know.
And you have a problem, Voss, with channels like myself and others on YouTube correctly predicting that The Acolyte, for example, was going to break canon and fail. Because we saw the terrible trailers and we heard what Leslie Headland was saying about it.
I think it's canon that R2-D2 is a lesbian.
So we are toxic for correctly...
Jesus.
predicting that the show was going to fail, and we're pieces of shit for spiking the football after it did.
To anyone celebrating The Acolyte getting canceled, seriously, off.
And I don't like now that some of the biggest influencers on the platforms are people who, when I hear them talk, seem to hate movies.
Yeah.
They seem to hate this industry.
No, Voss, you hate them because they trigger you.
But I think some would argue that, like, well, there are certain things where, like, Disney allowed you to go to this premiere and there was, like, gift bags. I've never gotten a gift bag. I've gotten, like, stuff to where it was like, oh, there's a little button.
And he's got an arrow pointing to the picture of the gift bag that Voss got.
Or something like that. But some people said even that button amounts to a bribe.
Hey. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies.
I think
I know Star Fury. Star Fury saying, you forget how fucking dumb these people are. You really do. You really do. You forget. You know, I forget how stupid human beings can actually be. I really do. I get it in my head sometimes that, like, you know, everybody, if given a chance, can be smart. And I'm going to tell you, I think we don't fully appreciate how many really dumb people are in our government, are making laws, are just everywhere in society. Just really, really stupid people running things. And like, I'm trying to think of a recent example that came to mind. But just even when you think about how could American Eagle and Jaguar and Bud Light and all these companies for so long run ad campaigns that were so obviously bad, and then you listen to these marketing, like that chick that was fired from, I just got recently fired from my job at a marketing company, and it's like, oh my God. Sometimes the answer is just very simple, very, very simple. Stupid people who eat glue.
the biggest example of this, and I want to talk about it, is what happened with the Acolyte.
And here we go.
So this is what I thought of. Kamala Harris just released a book, as if anyone wants to read a book written by a loser about how she lost. Wrote a book about the 107 days it took her to completely lose badly. And she made this TikTok video where she's pretending to be whispering to someone off screen. And I swear to, Asmongold had the best description of her. She talks like a 9th grader who's writing an essay and trying to make a word count. And I thought that is the best description I've ever heard of how she speaks. She speaks like someone who's desperately trying to fill up a word count. But she thinks like a child. Like, that's the other amazing thing about her. She thinks like a child. And she's doing this bizarre video where she's whispering to someone off screen. And I thought, this, as D-Day Cobra frequently points out, and he's exactly right about this, she is a stupid person. Like, a fucking stupid human being. I remember I was asked during the election, would you ever vote for Kamala Harris? And I said, under no circumstances would I ever vote for her. And it was a young Gen Z guy who was asking me, and he said, is that because she's a woman? And I said, no, it's because she's a loser. She's a loser. That's a nonpartisan opinion. Seriously, this is a nonpartisan opinion. It has nothing to do with left or right. I will not vote for people I perceive as fucking losers. And let's face it, basically every Democrat I've seen recently, they're losers. Nothing they run gets better. This is not a political stream, but it's part of my point. Nothing they run ever gets better. Everything that they make, every mistake they make and everything they trash, they always make excuses. For example, Karen Bass of L.A., the L.A. fires, right? She makes all these excuses about why there was no water in the fire hydrants. That's what a loser does. And I always think about people who are like, I'm an independent and I just vote for the best person for the job. And I just think about, so why do you vote for people that make excuses for never succeeding and never getting the job done? I just don't do that. I just won't vote for, and I'll tell you something. There was a brief period early after 2020 where I wasn't sure I would vote for the Orange Man again. I really wasn't. Why? Because at the time, he was kind of being a sort of sore loser, if I'm being totally honest. He was being a bit of a sore loser, and he was making excuses for why he lost the election and so forth. And, by the way, even if I sort of agree with some of those reasons, I still was getting the feeling of like, but if you can't beat these people, what are you good for? Seriously, I'm being honest with you. That I started to think I might be dealing with a loser here, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all. And if that perception had continued, I would probably, well, then I'd be stuck because then I had to vote for a loser versus a loser. But yeah, I'd probably vote for the least loser. But anyway, my point is, I just can't vote for a loser, man. I just couldn't do it. Or just an incredibly stupid person. But the thing is, sometimes you forget that people really can just be dumb. They can just... Leslie Headland is a great example of this. The Acolyte is one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. Seriously, an absolute retard wrote that show. Seriously, I think I had Crowbar the Skull was in the chat last week, and he was talking about how he's trying to get back into writing. And I would say, watch The Acolyte if you'd like an example of how not to write characters, because you cannot write characters that don't have clear motivations or desires, because that prevents all actual dramatic tension. The woman can't write. She can't write. And they gave her $30 million an episode to write that piece of trash. And this guy, Eric Voss, is defending it. Starfury says, thinks like a child, but oh my God. Oh no. Oh, like a vacuum cleaner. Oh no. Oh, Starfury. Anthony Timmons says, excuse me, but there's a real movie playing on the Outlaw channel right now. I have the sound off, but I know it so well. The Outlaw Josie Wales. I saw that in the theater in a re-release. It was fantastic. That Crowbar the Skull says, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Ahoy, Crowbar the Skull. Yes. Yes. No, I was just saying. And this is not a meme. This is not me just trying to make fun of it. I'm being dead serious because, look, my opinions of everything I talk about are my opinions. When I'm sitting and watching the movie, these are my opinions, right? I'm watching The Acolyte and I'm like, it's incredible. To this day, it's incredible. I think it's like the 4th episode maybe when Osha and May, it's the one where the Wookiee turns out to be dead at the end of it, The Acolyte. They're in this jungle planet. And all the Jedi are looking for, I don't know, the evil, the Sith, not Sith guy, whatever. And May has decided she's going to turn on her master, like on a dime, and says, I'm going to surrender myself to the Jedi because I just want to be with my sister. And then in the very next part of the episode, or it's like at the end of the episode or the beginning of the next one, she reverses again and decides she wants to kill the Jedi still. It's ridiculous. She doesn't have a consistent character motivation at any point in the story, ever. And I would just, do not write characters this way. Like, that's not a real person. Real people aren't like that. Real people, honestly, a person being able to change is in and of itself an impressive thing. And most stories are concerned with that very thing. One of my favorite films of all time is Groundhog Day with Bill Murray. It's one of my favorite films of all time. I love that movie. Okay, and if you don't know, the concept of the film is Bill Murray plays a weatherman he's an arrogant kind of weatherman, and he's very much a typical celebrity. He's very obsessed with himself. He's very snarky and sarcastic, and he hates that every single year he has to go to this shitty little podunk Pennsylvania town, Punxsutawney. Not my opinion, Redoubt. I'm saying it's the opinion of the character. He's from Pittsburgh, but he has to go to Punxsutawney, and he has to cover the groundhog, seeing his shadow. And he hates it because it's this big small town charm, and it's all these hillbillies. And of course, he gets stuck there, and he starts having to relive the same day over and over again in this town. Okay. His journey as a character from the beginning of that movie to the end is really genius. Like, it's really incredible. I love it. I think it's an underrated masterpiece as a character study. And that's exactly, and it's all based on the fact that he is who he is, and this experience allows him to radically change over the course of, just an insane amount. He goes from being sort of depressed and apathetic to being an almost Joker-like criminal to finally realizing the true meaning of life and love. It's brilliant. It's a brilliant character study. And it just so happens to also be a hilarious comedy at the same time. Starfury says, he says, I'm not the god, I am a god. Yes, yes. That's a great line in the movie.
Well, this should be good.
The people at
by the way, it's an inspiring movie. That's another reason I love it. It's an inspiring movie. And my point is, you have to be a talented writer to do that. Redoubt Production says, for the record, the town they shot Groundhog Day in is not in Pennsylvania and much more attractive than the actual Punxsutawney. That's funny. Redoubt's not a Punxsutawney fan.
I had a small group of journalists and creators. I was one of them. Our friends from Star Wars Explained, Alex and Molly were there, who were invited to go see episodes 1 and 2, or at least just episode 1 of Acolyte. We got to do a roundtable interview with Leslie Headland. We got to meet Dave Filoni. We took a picture, and then we walked around the Disney lot. And that was really it. They sent us home with a little gift bag.
Oh, that was all? Oh, okay. Well, that's no big deal. You are a shell. Starfury says the sequence of self-deletions is awesome in that movie. No, that's my point. He goes through this journey. And it's such an inspiring and uplifting film at the end. I honestly think one day I'm going to do, it's on my list. I'm going to have to do a deep dive on that movie, because I happen to think, aside from being a comedy and just a great movie, I think it's an incredibly brilliant philosophical piece. I think it's a philosophical study, that film. I really do. And that's one of the things that it's concerned with, is the philosophy of how best to live, right? Should one live in the present? Should one live with no sense of rules? Should one live with total abandonment? Should one live to serve others? If so, is one serving others to serve the self, or is one serving others out of an actual desire to serve others? And what is the most desirable way to live? And I think that film explores in great depth every sort of level of that. And it's driving at a conclusion. It's a great movie. It's so good. I might watch it tonight.
That included like a cookie that someone in the marketing team made that looked like a character from the show, a little cup of ramen noodles that had like some custom alien text on it, and then like a little lightsaber toy that was not like the super nice lightsabers that you get
one of those
at Galaxy's Edge. It was just like a little kid toy one. And that was it.
A few moments ago.
I've never gotten a gift bag. I've gotten like stuff to where it was like, oh, there's a little button or something like that.
Wow. I never got anything at all. I got like a little button, and I got to meet the cast, the creators, do exclusive interviews, take a tour of the set, gift bags, a couple of boxes of goodies, a pre-screening, a free show, free drinks, and free food, and and got to see the whole cast introduce the movie. And that's really all. Nothing else at all. That's hardly anything. Seriously.
And surprise, surprise, all of the people in this photo, at least the ones that I cover on the channel, loved the fucking Acolyte. Now, is that a coincidence, or are these people just saying whatever they think they have to say in order to get invited back for the next big Disney Star Wars series that Disney's gonna need shill influencers for, Ahsoka Season 2?
Overall, I thought it was fine and had some really great moments, but it was not that great of a show, and I said that...
You fucking dog shit liar. This is the cycle. This is always the cycle. Oh my God, the Acolyte's gonna be the best thing ever. Screw all the haters and the review bombers. Fuck them. Then it comes out. Oh, I don't understand why people hate it. This is peak Star Wars. Oh, Leslie Headland's a genius. And then like 5 or 6 months later, finally it's all calmed down. It's like, well, it wasn't like the best show ever, but why all the hate? It's like every single opinion they have, it's the same cycle. Every single one of them. It's unbelievable. Redoubt Production says, Pennsylvania is actually a horseshoe. Erie, Pittsburgh, Harrisburg, Philly, Scranton on the border, then nothing in the north and the center. I love Pennsylvania. I've only seen 2 parts of it, though. I've only been to Erie and Philadelphia, and that's it. But I admire it from afar.
Based off of, it's because it wasn't getting good numbers and it was an expensive show to do, but because it was the Acolyte, because I didn't appropriately trash it.
So why didn't you appropriately trash the show? I think we all know the answer. And he gave the Acolyte a 7 out of 10, by the way.
I think I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. It clawed its way back up to a 7 from a 6 for me, just because this finale showed Osha bleed that Kyber crystal.
Your shield. Too hard.
I was accused of being a shill.
Well,
because the only proper way to talk about the Acolyte on YouTube in that summer was to hate it.
Because it broke canon, it did.
Because it's trash. It was a morally depraved freak show. That show, I mean, it's garbage of the highest order.
Damage to George Lucas Star Wars, and it damaged George Lucas characters, and you refused to acknowledge that. Because Disney wouldn't like it if you did that, and they'd maybe even, God forbid, not invite you back next time. It's like you said earlier.
Consider how seriously dumb the Acolyte is. It would take hours and hours to unpack all the levels of stupidity of that show. But like, here right off the bat, the very first scene of the show is one of the dumbest parts of the whole show. It's a Jedi Sith sort of shadowy murder mystery conspiracy whodunit, which in principle is not a bad idea. That's not a totally bad idea for a Jedi show. How about a Jedi detective, even an eccentric one, that's on the path of a mysterious Jedi assassin? There's a lot of potential there. The very first scene reveals who the killer is. It is a murder mystery whodunit story, which reveals the who in the first scene. These are stupid people. These are stupid human beings that write this crap.
You guys only focus on the positive.
Our sort of company ethos, which is just to be positive. And it's less of our job or less of our interest to nitpick, right?
This is where I think our job, for me as like a white guy, the discourse around Acolyte was both in my...
For me as a white guy, what a fucking pussy.
Opinion, sexist and racist.
Here we go.
And it's hard to have legitimate criticisms about a show, but not want to like wade into the water of the discourse that I think is truly unfair and borderline disgusting.
And the reason they say that is because...
Please. Don't do me any favors. Don't do me any favors, loser. If you had anything you could defend about this show, that would be one thing. You don't. You can't win. These wackos can't win any argument about any of the shows that they defend. That's why they don't bother.
Because the new rock stars are scared to death of offending the "if you don't like the Acolyte, you're a bigot" crowd that makes up a large...
I love it. This tweet says, "Congrats, bigots, you won. How does it feel?" It feels great. It feels really great.
Large portion of their audience.
So Brandon actually proposed something that I think is a wonderful idea to assemble what Brandon coined as the Coalition of the Shilling.
Whoa, this is news to me.
And unite with all other influencers who are accused, like New Rockstars is, of being shills. And just have a meeting of the minds, our Marvel YouTube Illuminati, and just sit down and talk about this, because I want to broaden this conversation.
Could this eventually be...
You know what this is going to be like? This is going to be like when, during COVID, when all of the dumb late-night hosts, Colbert and Kimmel, they all got together on a podcast, and it was the most pathetic. It was the most embarrassing. It lasted like 2 episodes, and it was over. Please, I want them to do this.
Another rewriting Ripley demonetization and deplatform campaign launched by these shills. I guess it's possible. I don't know. I have no idea. But one thing I do know is that clearly Eric Voss gets triggered when people call him a paid shill.
You are where you are, and you're using words like shill because you've been programmed by people who, if they were given the opportunity to go to a premiere from Disney, would drop their hat and go to it immediately. And the only reason they're using words like shill is because, honestly, they're jealous that they don't get invited to these events.
I guarantee that guy's still a virgin.
Not a bad podcast episode at the end of the day, at least for us, right?
Damn right. Damn right. Damn right. Yeah.
Anyway, please make...
That's our boy Garrus. Hat tip, Mr. Grizzy, another barn burner. Absolutely. What would I do if I were invited? If I were invited to an event like that, hell yeah, I would go. I would 100% go. And then I would give my genuine opinion. And depending on the quality of the work, probably it would be my last time getting invited. But hey, that's how it goes. That's how it goes in the biz. What do we have in the chat? Oh, geez, Anthony, I did not need that image. I hate Disney too much. Of course I would go. I have to. The freak show's in town and they invite you to go. You have to go. I wouldn't get invited. That's the point of that story. But if I were, yeah, of course I would go. Starfury says, I got called vanilla for thinking that Garrus is the best Mass Effect sidekick. By who? Certainly not a Mass Effect fan. There is no Mass Effect fan extant who would make that claim, Starfury. That is some kind of normie LARPer that you ran into there. What was the context of that? I don't even believe it. Garrus is a stone cold rock star in the Mass Effect canon. Like, he's flat out. Everyone loves Garrus. Everyone. He's a great, he's the buddy. He is absolutely the buddy cop, literally, to Shepard. That's what he is. Hell, if I made a Mass Effect, like if I adapted Mass Effect into a television series, which I think it would make an excellent, like 7 to 8 season HBO series. 100%. Easy. That'd be a layup. It would be epic. It'd be freaking awesome. And I seriously think like Garrus would be just the number one. He'd be like Riker to Picard, Spock to Kirk. Like, that would be the one. They prefer Zaid. I mean, Zaid's cool and all, but come on. Zaid? Vanilla, though. Vanilla. Was this a Mass Effect fan? I don't believe this is a true Mass Effect fan. There's literally, you can buy Garrus body pillows. I've heard. I don't know from any personal experience. Starfury says, or Anthony Tibbetts says, Chief Dan George was so good in Josie Wales. Yes, he was. Starfury says, Garrus as Archangel is the most awesome character. The trajectory of his character arc is amazing. Oh, Mass Effect 2 is so freaking brilliant. It's and by the way, it was a bit controversial at the time. It was very subversive, actually. Mass Effect 2 is a very subversive sequel because you sort of expect, sort of like Halo, Master Chief is always going to be, you pick right back up with Master Chief kicking ass, and Mass Effect 2 picks up with, and yes, we have swerved into Mass Effect talk. Mass Effect 2 begins with Shepard getting killed. I still remember the promotional trailers for it, and it was just like it was like a kind of like an alert warning screen. It was Commander Shepard status KIA. No. Now, a really dumb move would have been if they really killed off Shepard. Like, if Shepard dies like Joel in The Last of Us, it would have completely destroyed Mass Effect. Like, that would have been the end of it. But of course, BioWare turned that idea into a truly exceptional science fiction story arc, which is, what if Captain Kirk got killed, but 2 years later, he's so desperately needed to save the galaxy that a shadowy organization utilizes billions and billions of credits and resources and pulls together the best scientific minds to essentially Frankenstein bring him back to life. And then, now that he's back from the dead, which is kind of, it's almost like time travel without time travel. It's like you're basically cheating death and then saying, now you're going to go on a suicide mission. So you're taking Shepard, who has achieved legendary status at the end of the first game. You have become a hero and a legend. And now, by dint of having died and coming back to life, you are the ultimate expendable asset. That is so brilliant. Like, I don't even honestly know how to properly express how genius of an idea that is. I had so much fun. I think that's probably that's probably the greatest gaming experience I've ever had in my life, was when I first fired up Mass Effect 2, saw the title screen, went through that opening sequence, came back to life. Where are all my crew? Where are they? My ship is destroyed. My crew is gone. I died. Like, I'm back. I came back to life. Like, I'm working for the bad guys. Like, you start working for the bad guys because you have no choice. And then in the midst of all of that, and you're feeling and it's such an interesting feeling as a player because it's so stone cold badass that you've got a ticking clock mission and you're just, and you've gone rogue and you're in the seedy underbelly of the Mass Effect universe, and you've just got to do whatever it takes to win because the bad guys are going to win. And unless you do something, and you have to do this impossible mission that nobody else will do, that nobody else will take on. Again, this is why I love the docking sequence in Interstellar so much, because it's very similar in that way. There's no other individual in the galaxy in that moment that could have saved humanity. And so it is in Mass Effect 2. There is no one else in the galaxy that can save humanity but you, Shepard. The problem is it's impossible. And you, as Commander Shepard, have to say, no, it's necessary. It is truly one of the most glorious gaming experiences I've ever had. Still, I remember that I was feeling very lost. I was feeling a little bit lost as a player, in the sense that none of my people were there. You meet Tally in the first mission, but she won't join your crew because you're working for the bad guys now. It's very sad. I was sad. I was very sad. And I was like, I miss the Normandy. I miss my Normandy. I miss my people. And so you're on a mission to recruit this vigilante called Archangel. And you go through all this hell to recruit him. And when he takes off his helmet and reveals that he's Garrus, your old buddy from the first game, I'm telling you, it hit me right in the feels. I was so happy. It's like if you've been stranded and you had to walk across a desert just to get back to civilization, and like the first person you saw was your favorite person in the world, you know? Like the first person you saw was like, you know, in my case, probably my grandma, just like, oh, like she's there with like, you know, a Happy Meal, you know, and I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so glad to see you. I almost died in the desert. It was terrible. Everything's going to be fine now. That's what it felt like. It was the most wonderful thing. I'm like, I'm working for the bad guys. The Alliance hates me. The Council won't talk to me. This isn't even my ship. It's got some creepy AI in it. But I got one guy from the first game. My buddy Garrus is with me. Ride or die, through the gates of hell if that's what it takes. Mass Effect 2 is a masterpiece. It is an absolute flawless masterpiece. Like, zero notes. Nothing I would change. Not a thing I would change about that game. Masterpiece. That's what taking risks, that's like subversion done in the correct way. That's subverting the hero's journey trope, but in a clever and really brilliant way. So one of the reasons why it's so brilliant is in the first game, the challenge is, can you go from being a good soldier with a reputation to the savior of the galaxy? Can you stop the Reapers? Can you stop the most deadly agent in the galaxy, Saren? Can you measure up to that, right? That's the journey that you as the player are going through in the first game. So at the end of the first game, you've achieved it. So what that means is in the second game, the question is going to be, how can I just become more awesome? But what's so brilliant about what Mass Effect 2 does for you as the player is Mass Effect 2 challenges you to do something impossible. It basically says, you know, plot twist, you died. You got pwned like a bitch. What? That's right. And you've been resurrected for only one reason: to die in a suicide mission because no one else can. Now, what's so brilliant about that is the challenge to the player is implicit. Can you survive the suicide mission? Are you that good? But there's an even better challenge implicit in that. Because every single character tells you we're going to lose people. You know, we have no idea what we're going to see on the other side of the Omega-4 relay. There's nothing. You're a great soldier, Shepard, but even you can't pull off a miracle. So just prepare yourself. Some of your crew people are going to die. And what is the challenge implicit in that? Are you so badass? Not only can you win the suicide mission, not only can you survive the suicide mission, can you bring back every single one of your crew and show the galaxy how it's done? Hell yeah, I can. Hell yeah, I can. Garrus, can you tell me a better weapon to upgrade the Normandy? Tally, upgrade our shields. We need better shields. Miranda, I need your advice on how we can plan for this contingency. You spend the whole game planning how you are going to do what everyone is telling you can't be done. That's genius. That is a genius sequel. I cannot think of a more ingenious way to challenge the player in a totally new way that they could never have predicted. They could never have predicted they were going to have those challenges. Have you taken a moment to appreciate how brilliant the Mass Effect trilogy is? I certainly have today. Assface ruined Master Chief for me. Buttface! Yes. Pablo, what's his name? Pablo Schreiber, the actor who plays Master Chief in that dreadful TV show, In the Nude. In the Nude. A man with a face shaped like a butt. It's just a fact. I don't make up the rules. I just observe them. Now, we have more to cover. What time is it, Mr. Producer? How much time? Okay, cool. I think I can go a little longer for sure. I have actually a lot in the stack of stuff, though. I have a lot. So there's a lot more I could do. I want to cover this one a little bit. I think this show is all about celebration, dear chat. We are celebrating the defeat of the woke hive mind. Sidney Sweeney, the shills are out there trying to prove they're not shills, and they're failing miserably. The wackos are all upset. Oh no, it's white supremacist dog whistles because she's sexy and in jeans. Give me that squirrel. Here it is. I have not seen this. AVV Gaming, I've not seen this channel before. I'm taking a total chance here. And the title of the video is Why Bethesda Abandoned Starfield. We'll see how far we go in this. I just want to see if this is good for a little grave dancing, you know what I'm saying?
By the year of 2023, it had been 12 years since
23? No, I'm not laughing at a speech impediment. I think it's charming. These are my people, man. These are my people.
It received a new Elder Scrolls title, 5 years since the trailer for the Elder Scrolls 6, and 8 years since a new offline Fallout game. It had been tough times for Bethesda enthusiasts who were ready for a new adventure. They would not receive a new title from either.
Fallout 4 is so good. I love Fallout 4. And honestly, probably the only reason Fallout 4 for me is better than Fallout 3 is because of the building system. The settlement building system. And by the way, I thought I would hate that. I thought I would hate that mechanic, and I was actually avoiding it when I first started playing the game. I said, fuck this. I'm not doing this. I thought I would. In fact, I kind of got into it a little bit, and still I was like, nah, I don't want to do that. But then when it became part of the story with the Minutemen and rebuilding civilization, I was like, well, that's actually pretty fun. And then when I started playing the game on survival and I needed the settlement, like I needed a safe harbor. When you play on survival, you need those settlements. You cannot survive without them. And then it became pure magic. And I was like, wow, this is the funnest part of the game.
Those franchises, but all was not lost. Bethesda.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why Fallout 76 is such garbage. Because all you would have had to give me to make me happy as a Fallout gamer in an MMO Fallout game, just give me settlement building with NPCs. I build settlements and the NPCs are happy and whatever. And what they did is they gave you a traveling campsite. Who fucking wants a traveling campsite where I can set up a banjo tent? That's not settlement building.
They gave them something else, something new, something out of this world. Starfield, Bethesda's newest.
This should have been the game of the decade. It should have been the groundbreaking game of all time, I think. I wanted it to be. I really did.
IP set in the vast reaches of the galaxy, players would have the ability to travel further than ever before. Todd Howard stated that this was by far Bethesda's most ambitious project to date, and he expected that fans would love it. As the days counted down to release, I couldn't have been more excited. This game had so much potential. It had the longest development time.
Yes, Crowbar, to victory. Victory.
Of any Bethesda game, and there was so much room for creativity that I couldn't wait to see what the studio came up with. And then it arrived, and it did not reach the heights. It was not the Fallout in space fans had expected. Now that being said, the game does have a pretty strong following by some people who love Bethesda's new design of a endless open world to explore. People who have stood by the new project and defended the company against all criticism. They saw the magic within the game, and they stood.
That space combat is so clunky and boring. That is one of the most tedious things I've ever experienced in the beginning of a video game. Absolutely awful.
Around. A year later, and Bethesda would release the game.
You know, this makes the game look better than it is. Seriously. Every single place I went in that game was boring and drab, empty and lifeless. It felt like no one was there. It honestly reminded me of Fallout 76, if you want to know the truth. It was a lot like that. And the storyline was the weakest hook I've ever seen in a Bethesda game. Like, the hook in a Fallout game is always great. It's always something like you're running for your life because. Or, of course, in the Elder Scrolls games, it's always that you're stuck in a prison, something crazy happens, and now it's your opportunity to be a hero, to do something awesome. There's nothing at all like that in Starfield.
Game's first DLC, Shattered Space, which once again was received negatively. And then, in the most recent Xbox showcase, Starfield fans waited with anticipation for any new news about the game. New DLC, new content, gameplay changes, and yet, there was nothing. Nothing but Fallout 76 updates and new microtransactions. This would make it almost a full year since the game had any type of update.
So there's this concept I heard recently called enshittification. Enshittification. And specifically, it describes how apps, online apps that start out as brilliant and awesome, greedy corporations that found them always drive them into the ground with enshittification. By the way, this is not unique to tech stuff. This is everything. Costco. Costco is a great example of a company that's resisted this. And I'm going to circle back to that. But you have, for example, Uber, right? Uber was a revelation when it first came out. Nobody likes taxi cabs. They're filthy. They usually smell like smoke and old vomit, and they're extraordinarily expensive. It's only about $1,000 to go from the airport to your hotel that's right next to the airport. They're awful. Here comes Uber, and it's like, oh, I can go all the way across the city for like $7 and like a tip for my driver. Oh, I don't even have to carry cash. I can just do it all through the app. There's there's a little GPS pin that brings them right to me. It was awesome. And then what do? They start adding additional layers. They start upping the service fees. They start putting in all these other. Now it's like it's more expensive than a damn taxi to get an Uber. And now the taxis are starting to look appealing. Then you've got DoorDash, right? DoorDash. I was there 3,000 years ago when DoorDash was first founded. And it was a brilliant idea. It's like, hey, are you willing to pay $5 plus a tip for your driver to get some food? Sure. That sounds great. A few bucks for a food delivered to me. Yeah. Yeah, you pay for the food, a little teeny service fee, and you tip your driver. That's it. Well, I tip a pizza delivery driver anyway, so a little extra service fee, no big deal. It was great. Now this is the crazy thing. DoorDash advertises no Have I just become an old man howling at the moon, Mr. Producer? Something about the lawn? Yeah, I thought so. I think I heard myself say that. It says $0 delivery fee. What they don't tell you is there's a service fee, and then there's another fee, and then there's all the taxes and all that stuff. And so now DoorDash has become it's like it's an app for rich people. Rich people should be using unfortunately, that's not the case. Only rich people should be using DoorDash at this point. It's insane. It's ridiculous. And the worst part is it's disincentivizing restaurants from having their own delivery offering because they all have to go through DoorDash now. It's so bad. And then they're doing this to dating apps. They're doing it to everything. And what I'm saying is retail stores used to do this. Retail stores would start out as like, oh, it's a bargain clothing store. And then they'd raise the prices and they'd also. Costco resisted raising their profit margins on items for years because the whole concept of Costco was you buy in bulk and you save money. And the CEO that founded that company fought his board for years. Okay. Well, this is what they've done to video games. It's in shitification. They started out with, we're going to create open world, immersive wastelands for you to explore. And now they just want to farm you. They just want to farm you for transactions in Fallout 76. And look at what they got.
Updates, despite Bethesda saying that they were fully committed to the game in the past.
Well, of course, Starfury, all dating apps were inherently shitified, but they've gotten so much worse now.
So, what happened? Has Bethesda abandoned Starfield for good? And if so, why? Well, in this video, I will attempt to answer that very question. So without further ado, let's get into it. So the first thing we have to discuss is the game's issues. To start,
look at how boring everything looks in this. I just can't get over it. I just can't. Would you like to play an exciting space adventure game in which you're underground in a mine surrounded by steel? Sure. That sounds great.
With was the new design. Prior to this game, Bethesda had always handcrafted their worlds and filled them with unique content scattered throughout. Skyrim had over 200 locations and Fallout 4 over 250. When exploring these worlds, new locations were around every corner.
You know what's crazy? I've played Fallout 4 so much that I've gotten used to the environments and stuff. And every now and then when someone else that's not familiar with it sees me playing it, they can't believe the graphics. I had a family member walk through the room one time when I was just visiting and I had brought my Xbox with me. I was playing this game and they were just like, wow, the graphics are incredible. And I kind of stopped what I was doing and just like looked at it and was like, yeah, they really are. You are really walking through Boston while it's raining in the ruins. It's amazing.
What was key with this design is that almost every location had something unique to offer, whether it was a new dungeon, a new event, or even a side quest. Players were rewarded for their curiosity. Essentially, if the map had unexplored terrain, if the player went there, they were almost guaranteed to find something new. This had been Bethesda's model since Morrowind, and each game only improved in quantity and appearance. Many expected the same here, but Bethesda opted to change the formula. Instead of one large handcrafted map with unique locations across, the world would be procedurally generated. With over 1,000 planets to explore, players could fast travel to the locations and the game would generate a grid. It would place plants, minerals, landmarks and dungeons automatically. Each time you visited the same planet, the grid would be different. This actually hurt Bethesda because, first of all, the planets looked bland and lacked character. Rather than feeling like real worlds, they felt very generic. The game would then scatter dungeons and landmarks randomly, and players would have to walk to them, and the distance to get there was huge. It would take nearly 10 minutes to walk to one location. In previous Bethesda titles, that
Right, and you're walking for 10 minutes and nothing is happening. You're not running into any characters. You're not seeing any life. You're not fighting any bad guys. You walk through Skyrim and you're in awe. Absolute awe. Fuman Blue says, you're in good company, Starfury. I sound like a redneck retard. Ask Captain Garrett. I am a redneck. I am. By birth. I would say not necessarily a redneck retard, Fuman Blue. I don't know I would say that.
wasn't a problem because it wasn't usually about the destination, it was more about the journey on the way. The player would pass by forgotten ruins, caves that begged to be explored, and random NPC events that demanded attention. It made the player want to walk everywhere because there was so much to see. In Starfield, there is nothing in between locations, so it becomes incredibly boring. The long walk is just boring, and there's nothing to see in between. What made this worse is that when you finally reached your destination, the dungeons placed were drawn from a bank of pre-built ones, and that bank was very small. Although there's no specific number, I believe there's approximately 20 dungeons in total, spread across 1,000 planets at random. And even then, the dungeons look almost identical. As a result, you often ran across the same locations on every planet. This ruined the experience, as not only was the...
I find this video very validating. I really do. Because I was playing through it and I said, you know, everything feels the same in this. Nothing feels new or interesting. And this is why. Because it was all just copy-pasted, procedurally generated. Fuman Blue says, I was trying to make him feel better about how dumb Starfury sounds. Starfury says, you'd have to work really hard to work your way up to redneck retard. I don't know. I don't know if I sound like a redneck, but I'll tell you, when you hear me laughing at a fart joke, then you will understand. You will understand what you're really dealing with.
Journey now dull, but the destination had no guarantees of being worth it. Players were no longer guaranteed.
When Az was having his Starfield rant, and he just burped. I laughed so hard the first time
unique experiences for exploring, so many quickly stopped after a handful of planets. During ship travel, players couldn't actually fly to planets and had to use a fast travel screen, which then made space exploration boring and redundant. This was the game loop, and as I stated earlier, Bethesda...
No. I'm from redneck California, Fuman. Redneck country. People don't realize this about California. California is a lot of farmland. It's a lot of mountains. It's a lot of redneck country. It's actually a lot of desert. There's a lot of desert in California. Redneck country. Trust me, the central, like Sacramento Valley, that would be like Fresno, Bakersfield, all those outlying areas. Those are redneck country. Trust me on this.
games were
Now, it may not be quite like, a southerner redneck. It might not be quite like a Great Plains redneck. I'm sure there's differences. It's like a surfer version of a redneck. I will grant you that. But trust me, it's MAGA country. Central California is MAGA country. 100%. Like those, trust me, people don't even realize those farmers have been so abused. You have no idea. The wacko leftists in San Francisco and LA, like almost at least 15, 20 years ago now, they started shutting off the water for farmers irrigating what is the most valuable and fertile soil probably in the country agriculturally in Central California. You're talking about a place in the world where you can grow better wine than French vineyards. You can have dairy farms, you can have orchards, you can have basically anything you want to grow, almost anything you want to grow. You can grow in the Central Valley of California. And these wacko lunatics shut off water. They bankrupted farmers overnight. They turned beautiful, rich fields of honey and grain into fallow wastelands. You drive the I-5, which is the central highway that runs north to south through California. It's the main artery. You drive I-5 through the Central Valley, you will see dead, dried out fields, and that's because the wackos shut off the water. And then imagine my not surprise when LA burns down because there's no water in the fire hydrants. That was on the way for years. They've been doing this to California for years. So, yeah, it's an occupied... California is an occupied state. Governor Newsom, I guarantee you, I probably say a massive amount of Californians hate that man's guts. They hate his absolute guts. That would be Gavin Newsom. The problem is the way that the power structures are in California is that it's almost impossible to get Democrats out of power there. It's almost impossible. So they've consolidated power, and there's almost no way to get rid of them. Although I think it's finally starting to turn around. But what I say all of that to tell you that there's a lot of farm and ranch country in California, and they are hayseed hicks. Proudly. And they are not fans. They are not fans of the lefties in Sacramento, San Francisco, or L.A.
Known for offering incredible exploration. The writing often sucked, the graphics were subpar, and the gameplay was usually very dated. Their games were often inferior to a lot of other games in many ways, but when it came to the open worlds, they were still unmatched. Skyrim still has one of the most amazing open worlds ever, even today. So what happens when you remove...
Yeah, I have to say I was playing Oblivion recently, the remaster, which is amazing and just breathtakingly beautiful. And still, I have to admit, although I will say the cities are, in my view, I think the cities in Oblivion are a touch more beautiful to me than the Skyrim cities by a nose. Nothing can compare to the open. Skyrim is probably the greatest open world game ever created. It just is. Like the landscapes, the exploration, the towns, the side quests. It is just being in Skyrim is an experience. It's you know what's crazy? The actor Mads Mikkelsen, who played, he's been in all kinds of roles, but he played, I don't know why, this is the first one I think of, but he played Galen Erso in Rogue One, He plays Skyrim. He plays Skyrim, and he was talking about how breathtaking it is, and it was kind of cool. And he's right.
The core of a Bethesda game, the strongest point. Well then, you pray that the writing will be better for this entry. It was not. Emil Pagliarulo is Bethesda's lead writer, and he has received criticism for years due to his poor writing in the past. Video here. Fallout 3's story was poor.
Yes, Star Fury, Western governments have become more and more corporate, don't give a damn. We're changing that, though. We are changing that. I'll tell you, pretty much, I've been talking to, like, Gen Zers lately, and it's interesting because a lot of, like, young Gen Z people, their entire introduction to politics has been in the Trumpian era, in the Trump era. And so they don't even remember what political campaigns and elections were like before Trump, which is fascinating to me. And I was just explaining to a young Gen Zer about, like, you know, before the Orange Man, Republicans were such pathetic losers, like losers. And they were boring. They were boring. They were stuffed shirts, and they would never dare fight the media. Never. They would never fight the media. They would always, like, and I showed him clips of, like, Mitt Romney having to explain that he was not against contraception in the 2012 debate, you know? And I was just talking about how, like, you don't even know. Politics was so boring before the Orange Man. You know, it's such a different world now. But the most striking change that the coming of the Orange Man has introduced is that he fights back. He fights back. It's really incredible. It's why is it taken this long? So the interesting thing is the Republicans are finally learning how to consolidate power, which is what the left has been historically very, very good at. They've been very, very good at that, and they've been doing it for decades. And finally, there are opposition movements which are doing the same. And boy, are they sore losers. That's what I'm saying. Like, the Sidney Sweeney ad is a perfect example. It's a perfect example of it. They are mad at that ad because it's the surest sign that they are losing and that they have lost. And that's why they're so angry. That's why they're so angry about it. I have not seen The Naked Gun, Star Fury. That's a great question. I want to actually go see it. I really do. I hear great things about it. I hear Liam Neeson just, like, played it exactly right. Alan Ng and Chris Gore at Film Threat were saying that basically they crushed it. I think Alan Ng was a little more lukewarm on it, but Chris Gore loved it. So, and he's one of my most trusted film reviewers. So I will probably go see that very soon.
Was forgettable, and generally speaking, many admit the plotline and role-playing from Fallout 4 was Bethesda's weakest to date. In the past, it didn't matter that the game's writing was poor, because the world's established lore held it up. In the past, Bethesda's weak storytelling was often propped up by strong existing lore. Skyrim's story may have sucked, but the lore of the Elder Scrolls, written by Michael Kirkbride, was
Skyrim's story sucked? This is news to me. Did it suck? Being the Dragonborn and stopping the dragons? Why do people always say this? I feel like they say this about every Bethesda game. Oh, well, you know, the story in Fallout 4 sucked. You have to go find your missing son and stop the Institute. It sucked. The story in Fallout 3 sucked. You have to, like, go chase down your dad and stop the Enclave. It sucked. It's very obvious, very predictable. The story in Oblivion sucked. It's basically you just have to stop the Mythic Dawn from unleashing Oblivion. It sucks. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a great story. You're the hero. You have to stop the bad guy. What? How is that a bad story? It's like I'm taking crazy pills.
Incredibly strong. The races, the lands, the factions, the history, gamers love this world and find it so interesting. It made up for Emil's poor writing. The same with the Fallout universe.
What are you talking
written
about?
by Tim Kaine and Leonard Boyarsky.
The fuck are you talking about, bad writing? Skyrim? Skyrim came out in 2011, sir. 2011. People are still playing it. It is still one of the most played RPGs. I'm still playing it. There is no chance that bad writing results in a game people are playing for over a decade and a half now.
It had incredible worlds, factions, super mutants, locations, brands, companies, the vault tech. This lore made up for Fallout 3 and Fallout 4's poor writing.
What is he talking about? This is such a weird... He's saying that all of these had poor writing. So Fallout 4 begins exactly where I've always wanted a Fallout game to begin. At least one time. Just one time. I wanted to see the world before the bombs fell. I've always wanted to see that, okay? I remember seeing the trailer for Fallout 4, and they showed one of the bombs detonating in the Great War. And I thought, oh, that's exciting. I wonder if we'll actually get to see... I don't know how, but I'd be interested to see what that looks like. Fallout 4 begins on Saturday, October 23rd, 2077, which, if you know your Fallout lore, is the big day. Okay? You begin on a pleasant Saturday morning on the day before the bombs fell, before they fell, right? And you're just hanging out with your wife and your kid and your cool Mr. Handy robot, signing up, finishing some paperwork on your vault tech assignment to one of the vaults. And then the air raid sirens start. You got to run to the vault. You get cryogenically frozen. You wake up 200 years later. Your wife's been murdered. Your child has been stolen by a madman. And you are in the radioactive hell that's been festering for 200 years. And you're telling me that's bad writing? First of all, that is a genius hook for a Golden Fleece story. So let's get that straight. Next, so you're on the quest. You're on the quest to find... How are you even supposed to guess at where your son could be? That's such a cool idea for a story. I remember thinking that. I'm playing the game. I'm like, where would you even begin, right? Where would you even start? And the story almost magically kind of gives you just enough breadcrumbs to get you to Nick Valentine, who, by the way, the way that Nick Valentine deduces what may have happened to your son and how to find him is so good. It's so plausible. It's so he's kind of following these little clues. Okay, so there's a scene in Fallout 4 in the main quest line where you sit down with Nick Valentine, and this is so many levels of brilliant. How could I even unpack all of the levels of brilliant of this? So you as the player have no earthly idea where your son could be, who could have taken him or why, which, by the way, happens to be all of the perfect elements of a great whodunit story. Why was your son taken? Why? See, that's the brilliance of the whodunit genre. It's not about who did it. It's about why they did it. That's what makes it interesting. Nick Valentine sits you down and begins asking you questions in a character dialogue about the child's abduction. Now, all you know is some guy with a gun came in and killed your wife and took your kid. What more is there to say? But what's so great about the dialogue is that Valentine says, well, any clue could be relevant. Tell me about the man. What did he say? What was it? And he starts unpacking. He's like, well, doesn't sound like mercenaries. They wouldn't typically steal a kid, blah, blah, blah. And he kind of works out, and he eventually gets to, in a very Sherlock Holmes kind of way, he gets to, the most likely candidate would be the Institute. There was a guy named Kellogg that worked for the Institute, and he once lived in town. The word is he had a child with him. And then you're on the trail of a psychopathic murderer. Then you find out. Spoilers for Fallout 4. Then you find out that the Institute, which nobody knows where they are, Nobody knows how to find them. They're the boogeyman of the Commonwealth. They're basically untouchable. And they are the ones who've taken your kid. Why? No, nobody knows. But you now have come to believe that your son must have been taken 10 years ago because now he's a 10-year-old boy, right? You eventually have to figure out how to break into the Institute, how to build a teleportation machine. You get into the Institute and you confront the malevolent leader of the Institute, this old man who's running it, and he has like a god complex, and he wants to install a utopia in the world above. But he's a lot more persuasive than you thought, and it turns out he's your son. What? Literally, how is that possible? Think about it. You saw me taken as a boy, or as a baby, rather, and then you were refrozen. Only recently you thought you had been thawed out 10 years later and that I had become, a 10-year-old. Is it so hard to believe that you were actually frozen for 60 more years? So your son is now a 60-year-old man who's running the very enemies you've been tracking. And you have a choice to make. Are you going to listen to him when he makes his pitch that the Institute, which is attempting to bring back science and technology and heal humanity from the wounds of the Great War and save it from itself, or and join them, and as scary as their tactics may be, maybe they are the best hope for humanity, or are you going to side with the Railroad, which want to liberate all of the synths that they've created, which are the machine race that the Institute created, and they're trying to break free? Are you going to side with the Railroad and destroy the Institute in a kind of freedom movement for the synthetics? Or are you going to join the Brotherhood of Steel, who simply want to wipe out the Institute and all the synthetics and all the mutants while they're at it, because that's what led to the Great War in the first place, was man tinkering with what man ought not? Or are you going to simply follow the path of the gentle, noble Minutemen, who are making the best of the way the world is and rebuilding some semblance of civilization in the ruins? You're telling me that that's bad writing? Are you out of your fucking mind? That's how Brian Cox would say it.
Starfield had no lore, and Bethesda had to make all of it up. Now, Emil has 3 rules he follows when writing, which include:
KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. Write what you
Later, Anthony Timmons. Thanks for stopping by.
know.
And
Great games are played, not made.
Bethesda had an entire galaxy at their disposal. They could invent alien civilizations, wild cultures, planets with rich histories, literally limitless potential. But what did we get? Space cowboys. Space pirates. Farmers who live on the moon who have southern accents.
I was out planting in the fields when I saw some men approaching. They look like soldiers with uniforms and weapons and such.
It's just Earth culture reskinned for space. No aliens, no bizarre cosmic mysteries, just humans in space doing what we do on Earth now. That's Write What You Know taken to the extreme. Emil Pagli.
He's got a point. I feel like, honestly, the Starfield universe to me feels more like the Wayland-Yutani universe of Aliens, which is exactly the wrong approach. Like, the thing about Mass Effect that's so genius is it makes the galaxy and exploring space wondrous. It makes it beautiful, exciting, and it's got an edgy Blade Runner vibe to it while it's at it. Mass Effect synthesizes cyberpunk, military science fiction, it's like Starship Troopers had a baby with Blade Runner and Star Trek. Starfield did exactly the opposite of what you should do. How did Mass Effect do that? How did Mass Effect managed to synthesize the best elements of cyberpunk, westerns, and Star Trek all into one. Just amazing.
Rulo stuck with the familiar. He put in Raiders, Spacers. He put Starbucks in, Terrabrew and Wells Fargo, Galbank. And that familiarity made
Wow. Oh, this is what we waited for, boys. This is what we waited for. I'm going to get into a faster-than-light starship. I'm going to set off into the stars so I could go to a fucking bank. God, Starfield is such trash. Starfield is such garbage.
Right.
I am so glad Starfield failed. Fuck Starfield. It is shit. I knew it was shit. Within 20 minutes of playing it, I already knew. It just took me a few extra hours to admit it.
Feel unimaginative. If you play
A
Mass
goddamn
Effect,
bank! A freaking bank! I can't even believe how stupid that is. Dude, the opening scene of Starfield, I can't get over. I remember, I couldn't quite grasp how dumb it was while I was playing it because, you're immersed in it. You're, excited. I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And it kind of dawned on me about 20 minutes after I got through the opening, chapters of the game. I suddenly realized in retrospect how dull it was because it was just you're a miner. Time to start your shift mining. Now, in theory, this isn't necessarily a bad thing because, honestly, that's a pretty similar opening to Half-Life, which is one of the greatest science fiction video games of all time, Half-Life. You start out as kind of a boring scientist on his way to work, and then a portal to freaking hell opens, and you're fighting aliens left and right. That's cool. That's not literally hell, but you know what I'm saying. That's cool. What's another good example of this? Doom is another, Doom, the remake of Doom was awesome. You start out as you're just kind of showing up to work, and then the literal portal to hell opens, and now you're fighting demons. Rad. Oh, how about another one? Dead Space. Same deal. We're just showing up a routine search and rescue mission, and now you've got necromorphs coming out of it every nook and cranny. Okay, Starfield starts out, you start mining, and you continue mining, and then you go deeper into the mines for some more mining, and then it turns out there's an artifact, and you mine the artifact, and then you black out for a while, and they tell you that you had a vision that was important. And now your job is to go and report that vision to some government officials. And you're going to now go talk to some government officials about the object that you dreamt about. What the fuck? It's so stupid. It's so dull. Starfury says, was there a bank job in Mass Effect? I'm thinking of it. Well, listen. If Mass Effect has a bank in it, it's interesting. It actually does, actually. You go to see Bar Levon on the Citadel Presidium in the first game, and technically that's it's not a bank exactly, but he's a financial expert. The conversation you have with Bar Levon in that little financial district about the Shadow Broker is incredibly interesting. Incredibly interesting. He starts talking about how the Shadow Broker it could be multiple people, it could be one person, a man, a woman, nobody knows. But he has all the information in the galaxy, but he's totally neutral. He sells it to the highest bidder. That's it. And you have this fascinating debate about whether that's moral, whether that's right or wrong. He tells you what the Citadel is like. So my point is, you actually could make a bank interesting if you're a talented science fiction writer. Bank job. Is there a bank job in Mass Effect? I don't think so. There is a heist, though, in the second one for Kasumi, and that mission is awesome. Am I not thinking of something? You tell me, Starfury. I don't think so. I don't think there's a bank job specifically, but if there was, it would be interesting.
Star Wars or any other space exploration plotline, there is so much lore. That's why fans love them so much. How Bethesda only landed on humans in space is insane. Even the free hand-built towns felt just like what we've seen already. In fact, they looked older than the civilizations we have today. Add to this, the main story and the side quests were incredibly poor. Some side quests include, please go and fetch me a coffee from Terrabrew. This is an actual faction quest line. One quest.
Are you shitting me? Dude. These are these nose ring chicks that are out there on TikTok bitching about Sidney Sweeney. Okay? These chicks whose entire life consists of bitching about fascist dog whistles in jean ads and telling someone to go fetch them a Starbucks, they are writing these games. It's unbelievable. Yes, Starfury, I would say the Kasumi mission, but the Kasumi mission is awesome. It's awesome. You have to steal from the vault of the most cold-blooded mercenary killer in the galaxy while making him believe that you're actually invited to his party. And then when he finds out, he sends all of his mercenaries to kill you, and you kill them. It's freaking awesome. I love the Kasumi mission.
Quest had you go and get a root beer. So you met someone in one galaxy and they said, hey, if you go 4 galaxies that way, you can find a bar in a town and they sell this root beer. Please bring it back. In one side quest, you had to recover a debt for the bank. To find this person, you literally traveled to a moon.
You have to be. It's the future. And you're going to be a debt collector. Oh, that's great.
Where he was living in a shack to escape debt collectors. Literally, he lived on the moon by himself in a shack because he couldn't be bothered paying back $200. This was so unimaginative, and as a result, the world was so boring. Not just this, but Bethesda moved away from handcrafted side quests, leaning into radiant computer-generated quests that never end and lack any storyline.
Yes, Bar Levon. He's the I don't know if he's a banker, but he's an accountant. He's an accountant that works for the Shadow Broker in... Are you kidding? Starfury, I have logged probably thousands of hours of Mass Effect at this point. I've probably played the trilogy through at least 20 times all 3 games. All 3 games, probably 20 times. Individually, piecemeal, probably 40 times. I probably played Mass Effect 2 40 to 50 times. I've probably played Mass Effect 3 40 to 50 times all the way through. And the first one, probably like 15 to 20 times. I probably played it all the way through. I've read every single codex entry. I've absorbed every piece of lore. I've read all of the novels. I probably know more about Mass Effect than any other universe there is. I probably do. I don't know why. I absolutely completely immersed myself in the lore of that world, which is exceptionally well written, and they're going to destroy it. By the way, Mass Effect 4 is going to be a woke DEI wacko wet dream. It's going to be a complete disaster. It's going to destroy all of it. You're going to have an ugly femshep that doesn't have boobs. It's going to be awful. But that being said, yes, I've devoted some time to playing Mass Effect. You said I'm clearly amateur only. I've played them through 5 times. Well, listen, Starfury, you just got to put in a few more hours. You'll get there. It doesn't hurt, though, that I've also done RPG Fate games in the Mass Effect universe, and I researched the wiki also to build my missions for it. So I'm pretty lore. I could probably do an entire Mass Effect lore channel if I wanted to. I probably could. I probably should. It'd probably be a good idea. I think instead I'll just play Mass Effect 3 tonight for the 45th time. Will they bring back Shepard? That's a great question, Starfury. That is a great question. I think no. I don't think they will. They may bring Shepard back in backstory. I think what they're going to do is say that Shepard survived the final mission. They might give you the option of importing like your choice at the end, but I personally think there's a good chance they're going to do the canon ending was. I think they're going to say the destroy ending was the canon ending. Just my theory. And I think they're going to say that Shepard survived. And I don't believe, though, Shepard's going to be alive because I think it's going to take place probably in the Mass Effect Andromeda time. So, which is several hundred years in the future. I know that Liara T'Soni is part of it, which makes sense because Liara T'Soni, her species lives up to 1,000 years. She was only 100 years old in the Mass Effect trilogy. So I think we're actually going to see a middle-aged Liara T'Soni, who's now like a matron Asari, and she remembers fighting with Shepard hundreds of years ago, and she knows the story, but like this is going to be in probably a new story. And you will probably get to have top surgery scars if you would like. Now, if they were smart, me personally, I'm a little torn. I like the idea of just setting up a new story that's kind of unmoored from the Reaper. Shepard's story was the Reaper story because look what happened with Master Chief. They brought Master Chief back for Halo 4 and Halo 5 and Halo Infinite, and it just started kind of ruining the character. Now, you could argue that's because they just had shitty writers and whatever, probably. But the longer you kind of keep a character going like that, I think the more it starts to dilute the character. So I think you could bring Shepard back, and I don't think it would be a bad idea, but you'd have to be very careful, I think, with how you do it. Me personally, I've always felt they should just advance the story 100 to 200 years after the events of the Reaper War. And I think that the Reaper War should be the backstory to the aftermath of it should be the backstory to what's happening in the present with Mass Effect. I've heard a rumor that they are going to connect the Mass Effect Andromeda events to the Milky Way. I don't know what that means exactly, but my theory, there's clues in the trailer. My theory is that the Mass Effect Andromeda people are going to like open up a relay that gets them to the Milky Way, and there's going to be some kind of threat that like both galaxies have to work together on, something like that. Side effect of bringing him back could be a level of immortality or severely slowed aging. Interesting. That's a creative idea. Like the Cerberus cybernetics gave Shepard like 100-year lifespan. In fact, it wouldn't be that hard to just retcon that the Elusive Man like used Asari DNA to like upgrade some of Shepard's cells. Like that's a pretty good idea, Starfury. I like that. With Halo, I'd make Master Chief a teacher at the academy, and you have a new series of Spartans that are VAT grown, so you can perfectly tailor your Spartan soldier. That's another great idea. See, something you're kind of hitting on here, Hollywood has lost the art of like having happy endings for characters. Like they never visualize an Indiana Jones who's happy with Marion, and he's hung up his hat and his whip, and he's got all these collectible artifacts in his house, and he's this wise old adventurer like that's happy. That doesn't mean he doesn't have some problems in his life. Of course, there's probably heartache and things in his life and regrets. Sure. But the idea that he's just a wise old Indy is just not, it just doesn't even, the idea that Luke Skywalker rebuilt the Jedi, became the founder of a new Jedi Order. He's a wise, venerated master. Which is what the extended universe roughly allowed him to be. The idea that Han Solo became a respected hero of the rebellion, and now he's raised a family, and yes, he's had his dark times, but he's a good guy. They can't envision that. And so what's interesting about what you're suggesting is that that's actually the natural progression of military heroes. And that's what they become. They become generals. They become teachers, mentors. That's a great idea. I really love that idea. They don't like a venerated master character anymore. Exactly. And what's so interesting is that the wise mentor is as time-tested a trope as there's ever been. Like that's literally the hero encounters that person to begin the quest. Obi-Wan was that character for Luke Skywalker. Obi-Wan was the wise mentor who showed Luke how to become a Jedi. That's a very crucial character in the human psyche because that character has existed throughout history, both in reality and in fiction.
As a result, you have a game where you're traveling through procedurally generated dual worlds filled with copy-paste dungeons, completing radiant objectives in a universe with no interesting things to find. So not only was the exploration Bethesda's worst to date, but the writing was probably the worst as well. Add to this, the game had glitches, long loading times, boring dialogue. Just quickly, having an NPC stare lifelessly at the player whilst talking slowly is incredibly dull. What they'll basically do is the person will give you the objective and your option is either to say yes I'll do it, or you can ask 10 questions about the objective they've just given you. Things like, what...
Like in Cyberpunk, that's exactly what Cyberpunk is like, except you can either say yes or you can say yes but I have a question. Like you get two choices. You get yes or yes, but I have a question.
What's this all about? Why can't you do it? Why should I do it? And basically it doesn't offer you anything for asking these questions. If I asked you to like this video and your only options were yes or why should I subscribe? What is subscribing? Where are you from? It's not useful. It's wasted time. Bethesda bragged about how much dialogue this game had, but most of it was useless. New Vegas rewarded you for asking questions with new objectives and new skills.
Yes, New Vegas is probably the best written of all the Fallout games, I think. It's the dialogue choices, the moral choices, the factions, really much better than Fallout 4 or 3, I think, is New Vegas. Not my favorite, but objectively just better written.
Skills. In Witcher 3, if you asked additional questions, it opened up new paths in the quest and new dialogue options. You have to make these questions serve a valuable purpose, otherwise you're just asking questions for the sake of it. Having a lot of dialogue in a video game isn't a bragging right unless it's actually useful. Then you have the persuasion minigame, which absolutely ruined immersion and it felt extremely childlike. And then you had the digipick lockpicking, which is worse than previous used minigames from Fallout and Skyrim. So all in all, the game let fans down and had many weaknesses. It also showed Bethesda's identity crisis. If you look at Morrowind, it was an incredibly deep RPG, like Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or Fallout New Vegas. Decisions matter, role-playing was important, and player freedom was massive. You could shape the world with your actions. There were no invincible NPCs. Sure, Morrowind had poor graphics, no voice acting, and it was difficult to figure out, but it knew what it was, a hardcore RPG.
Man, I'll never forget the first time I played Morrowind. Wow, what an experience. There was nothing like it. There was nothing like it. And when they do the remaster of Morrowind, oh, it's going to blow the doors off. You just wait and see.
Over the years, Bethesda have moved from this to make a more user-friendly, broader, appealing open-world game. So you decide how the story will unfold in Morrowind, and in Fallout 4, the story is already set. Your character is the mum or dad of Sean. You are either a lawyer or in the military, and you hated Kellogg and wanted to find your son. So although the game gave you dialogue options, often it didn't matter which you chose as the outcome was the same. So they moved from an RPG.
There's some truth to that in some conversations, but ultimately your choice at the end of Fallout 4 is massive. Do you side with the Institute, the Brotherhood, the Railroad, the Minutemen? You can join the Institute and implement their evil agenda if you want. Some would say their based agenda. But that's not important.
RPG setup to a story-driven open-world action game. Witcher 3 and Cyberpunk follow this pattern, but their writing is incredible.
That's such a disingenuous example that he gave there about the Kellogg. Kellogg's the guy that kidnapped your kid. And they do give you some pretty aggressive answers you can give him, but let's face it, like, there's only one purpose for that character. You're going to go and kill him. Okay, fine. Whatever. The dialogue options for all the other characters are very diverse, and you have a lot of critical choices. Like, for example, the choice of whether you're going to execute Paladin Dance, because you find out something about his backstory and you're ordered to kill him. And you can hide him, you can choose to kill him, you can talk down, you can talk the leader of the Brotherhood of Steel into letting him go. There's all kinds of things you can do. So I just don't buy that for Fallout 4.
Their side quests are memorable and their games leave an impression. The problem for Bethesda at the moment is they're not really an RPG game, as they've removed player freedom, and there is minimal to no role-playing options. But then, the writing team can't compete with studios like Larian, Warhorse, or CD Projekt Red, so they end up just being a poorer version of both. The only thing they had up on those studios is that their open worlds were the best in the industry. Starfield removed that, and when you consider that No Man's Sky is a real thing and does everything Starfield does but better, you have to ask then, who is this game for? Whatever Bethesda do next, they need to decide which type of game they want to be, and if that's story-based, then they need to get new writers. Anyway.
Probably less stupid ones, for sure. They probably need much less dumb writers. Put an upvote on that, Lieutenant Producer. Hat tip AVV Gaming. A very interesting analysis. Couple of odd takes there. So weird how he's just like, Bethesda, their Starfield game wasn't up to its usual standards. Also, Fallout 4, Fallout 3, Skyrim, and Morrowind, and Oblivion all had bad writing. What? I thought you just said... So what you're saying is Bethesda's always had bad writing, and they just had more bad writing in Starfield. I'm not tracking there. Okay, we need one to close it out, Mr. Producer. And I think we're going to go with... I think we're just going to stay with a theme here. Because the Rachel Zegler story was so good. So now we're going to do Crash and Burn, the Brie Larson story, Critical Drinker. One for the road, eh, boys? All right, roll tape.
You know, there's a certain career path that young actresses can stray down if they get too much fame and success too quickly. Ego takes over, they start to believe their own hype, and end up turning everyone against them by acting like insufferable clowns. It happened to Rachel Zegler for sure, but there was another actress who blazed the trail for women like Rachel to follow, who set the template for career self-destruction, who walked so that others could run. That actress was Brie Larson.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Now, she's practically a forgotten footnote in film history at this point, but skip back to 2019, and Brie Larson really did have the world at her feet. Not literally, of course. I don't think anyone wants to get near those feet. But the point is, she was very much a right.
It's the breeds. It's the breeds.
Star in Hollywood that was poised to go supernova. An Oscar-winning actress who was just as comfortable with indie movies as big-budget action flicks, who'd landed a starring role as the new face of the biggest franchise on the planet. She was being positioned as the new it girl in Hollywood, the next megastar that was going to dominate the industry for at least a decade. But all too soon, the dream came crashing down in a slow-motion train wreck of PR disasters, fake activism, embarrassing revelations, and career-ending box office bombs. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't quick, but it does make for a great episode of Crash and Burn, the Brie Larson story. So pull up a chair and allow me to tell you the tale. Brienne Sidonie Desaulniers, fucking really? Was born in California in 1989 to rich parents who educated her at home, which left her shy and socially awkward. A messy divorce when she was 7 left Brie with only her mother to support her and fostered a lifelong resentment towards her father, which kind of explains her actions in later life, but we'll get to that shortly. Anyway, with an interest in acting and music, Brie and her mum relocated to Los Angeles so that she could pursue a career. A series of minor roles in TV shows and indie movies followed, and a short stint as a wannabe pop star that I'm sure everyone would rather forget. But it was her performance in Scott Pilgrim vs. the World that first brought her mainstream attention. She was on the map now and booking more roles, but her rise to stardom wasn't exactly meteoric. She still had to slog through forgettable low-budget slop over the next few years like The Trouble with Bliss, The Spectacular Now, and Trainwreck.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Her big break finally came with 2015's Room, a psychological drama about a mother imprisoned with her son for years in an abandoned cell. The movie was a big hit with critics, earning rave reviews and even bagging Larson an Oscar win. Nice going, Brie. By now, Hollywood was well and truly taking notice of Brie Larson. She seemed to have it all. A solid acting pedigree, high-profile awards, and a good reputation with critics. 2017's Skull Island saw her move into big-budget action films, proving that she could hold her own against top-level actors. The film brought in over $500 million worldwide, making it by far the biggest movie of her career. So far, at least. In 2016, Larson was cast as Carol Danvers for the upcoming MCU movie Captain Marvel, and on the surface, this all seemed like great news. The MCU was at the height of its popularity, and a starring role in one of their films wasn't just a guaranteed payday for the next 10 years, it was a ticket to the big leagues. Brie Larson was on her way to being the next big A-list star, and everyone knew it. What they didn't know was that the seeds of her career destruction had just been sown. See, Captain Marvel was billed as the first female-led Marvel movie, the start of a new era of diversity and representation for the franchise, so interest was running higher than usual, and it wasn't all positive. Critics were quick to point out that the MCU already had the ideal candidate for a female-led movie in Black Widow, a more popular character played by a bigger actress. Forcing Captain Marvel into the mix so late in the game seemed like a weird move by a studio that was normally pretty good at this sort of thing. When the first trailer launched in 2018, it was absolutely lambasted, not just for making the character seem overpowered and not particularly likeable, but also for Brie Larson's performance. There's just no way of putting this gently. She looked fucking miserable, like some giant sponge soaking all the fun out of the movie. Also, by this point, people weren't exactly thrilled with the idea of another unstoppable girl boss being crowbarred into another franchise that had done perfectly well up until now. Add all this together, and you had a PR shitstorm the likes of which the MCU had never experienced before. And right at the centre of it all was Brie Larson herself. Suddenly people were taking notice of her and what she had to say, and well, it turns out she had a lot to say for herself. Not only did she seem to have a real problem with men, and white men in particular.
I do not need a 40-year-old white dude to tell me what didn't work for him about A Wrinkle in Time. It wasn't made for him.
There's that paternal childhood resentment coming back to haunt her. But she also came across as prickly and unlikable, especially when she had to do interviews with other Marvel actors.
I do all my stunts.
I did my stunts because I thought that that's what everyone did. And then
Tom Cruise over here?
no, I want to be the first me, not the next Tom Cruise. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Oh! Thank you very much. Oh, that hurt. Like that physically hurts. It's so, that is maximum Karen energy right there. You are talking to guys who have already been the headline acts in multiple films. You are nobody, and you're talking down to them like they're scum. Oh, wow. That was unbelievable.
Right.
Now, I can't say for sure what was going on here. Maybe they were all just having a bad day and tempers were fraying, but it didn't seem to matter. You only get one chance to make a first impression, and Larson's one wasn't good. She came across just as arrogant, combative, and humorless as the character she was playing, a prickly and entitled actress who seemed to think she was better than everyone else. And for her critics, well, it was just extra ammunition. Just like Ghostbusters, Captain Marvel and its star became a lightning rod for controversy and online culture wars in a way that no other MCU project ever had. But there wasn't much they could do except soldier on and hope for the best. And in public, at least, it all seemed to go well. The movie raked in over $1 billion, got the usual round of glowing reviews from the mainstream media, and the
Crowbar the Skull with a $2 super chat. Why, thank you, Crowbar. And it's for the Brie Larson Fund. You are, as always, a humanitarian. A humanitarian, Crowbar. Last week, only last week, you bravely began your sponsorship of the Shills. The Shills who suffered. They suffered. And here you are opening your heart and your wallet for a struggling actress who is making far fewer millions than she used to. And it's heartbreaking. How she survives, I don't even know. Fu Man Blue says, rather than laugh after she said that, she looks to the interviewer for validation. We have... I really do feel that the feminist be offended about literally fucking everything was at its 100% peak at that point. It was literally anything a man says to a woman is mansplaining. Anything he says critical to her is unacceptable. Unacceptable. How dare you undermine my power and agency? And it's just like we have absolutely reached the peak saturation of this. It never could have sustained itself forever. Like at some point, it would become so insufferable. The age of the Karen has the age of the Karen is on its wane. Fu Man says, things are slow when the drinker is making yet another Brie video. I guess. I don't know. Star Fury says, reminded me of the Dave Gemmell book Legend, where one of his greatest characters, Druss, is a side character but dies a fucking awesome heroic death. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, question for you, chat. Who's the real hero of Lord of the Rings? Is it Samwise Gamgee or Frodo? I have my opinion.
MCU bandwagon rolled on. But behind the scenes, it was a very different story. The fan backlash had rattled Marvel hard. Nothing like this had ever happened to them before. Yeah, the movie made a ton of money, but it was a Pyrrhic victory at best if half the audience hated not just the main character, but the actress playing her as well. Action had to be taken, so Captain Marvel's role in Endgame was slashed down to a glorified cameo. Plans to make her the new face of the franchise were quickly shelved, and the character was put on ice while they waited for the controversy to die down. And it wasn't just Disney backing away from her.
I think we failed to appreciate how many victories we actually have enjoyed. Like, obviously, we have suffered. We have suffered under the era of woke, literally destroying absolutely everything. What is wokeness? You can't define wokeness. Wokeness is an absolute hostility toward everyday American life. That's what wokeness is. That is the best definition I think I've ever heard. Thank you to our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. He's doing a fantastic job. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. His definition, he wasn't specifically defining wokeness, but nevertheless, it is the definition of wokeness. Hostility toward everyday American life, or more broadly, Western life. That's what it is. The age of the Karen is on its period, says Star Fury. It's Gollum. Gollum is the hero, Crowbar. Yeah, you could actually make an argument. He is the reason the ring goes into the flames. Star Fury says, Samwise, Tolkien always had a soft spot for the officer's Batman. Yes. Star Fury is correct in this matter. Sam is okay, Fuman. Yes, okay, you're probably right, Fuman. He says, I'm not sure there's a difference between Sam and Frodo. They were both the ring bearers. Neither of them could have done it without the other, which is exactly true. Exactly true. To be fair, I don't really consider one the hero over the other, but you got to admit, Sam is such a boss. You know, I had not read the books. I had read The Hobbit, but I had not read the Lord of the Rings trilogy at that time. But my friend was like practically a Tolkien scholar. He'd read the books and listened to the audiobooks with Ian Holm and all that. And I'd caught snippets of it, and he would talk about it. But I didn't know the whole story. So when I watched those films in the theater, it was a new experience for me. And some of the things I knew were coming because I had read parts, like snippets of it or heard snippets of the audiobook. So I knew some of the lore. And I'm going to tell you, I was not prepared for some of the incredible things that happened in that story. Like Boromir's sacrifice was unbelievable. I couldn't believe. I was blown away. I left the theater and I said, you never told me that the story was this good. And he's like, oh yeah. And then when Samwise is on the slopes of Mount Doom with Frodo, and Frodo is broken, the ring has destroyed him. Like there's nothing left. And even Sam and after he's saved him from Shelob, and Sam just can't even he can't even get up either. He's like, his lips are cracked and they're all covered in ash and they're dying of thirst and they got nothing left in the tank. And then Sam says, I can't carry the ring for you, Mr. Frodo. But I can't carry you. And he just picks it up. That is one of the most incredible moments. I had chills like I've never had. One of the most incredible moments in cinema history for me. And I had no idea it was coming. Like that was the great thing about it. I hadn't read the book, so I had no idea that incredible moment was on the way. And it was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And yeah, that's probably the moment when, what the best part of that is? When Samwise is assigned to go with Frodo in the first film, I was annoyed. I was like, the gardener? I was even kind of on Gollum's side. I'm like, what, the fat guy? I was like, the fat cowardly gardener? Come on, man. And then when he's chasing Frodo into the water, I was like, that's kind of awesome, but also a little pathetic. And I couldn't quite decide how I felt about it. But then, when he gets in the boat, he's like, Mr. Gandalf, he said not to leave you. And I don't mean on letting him down. And I'm like, I kind of like this guy, actually. This guy's kind of cool. I kind of like him. And then you get to the end of the trilogy. The guy carries him the last mile. And you're just like, holy shit, man. What a character arc. It's one of the greatest character arcs ever. It's so... I started that story being annoyed by Sam, and I ended it thinking, thank God for Sam. No, he could never... He's one of the most inspiring characters in all of fiction for me. What a fucking trilogy, man. It's just so... It's one of the greatest stories ever told. It's so beautiful. So absolutely beautiful. Sam wouldn't have been able to let go of the ring. No one could. That's the point. So who is a hero? Yeah. Well, I think the most beautiful thing about Tolkien's story is that it suggests that evil has to be opposed. Evil has to be opposed, and only good people... Look, the ring had to get there. So, yes, they are heroes. They carried the ring all the way there, which is already a miracle. That's already a miraculous and heroic achievement. But the underlying thematic element that is at play is Tolkien's assertion that while evil has tremendous advantages tactically, evil has tremendous tactical advantages. And by the way, I believe this is true in real life. This is exactly true in real life. And I think that's the point of the story. It has tremendous tactical advantages. It also has within it the recipe for its own destruction. And that's exactly why Gollum is the ultimate destruction of the ring. It was Gollum's addiction to the ring. The fact that the ring had twisted him and turned him so evil is exactly the mechanism that destroyed it. And I look at wokeness. I look at how unapologetically malevolent woke wackos, more specifically far left-wing progressives. I look at how deranged, how malevolent, and how literally cruel they've become as human beings. And it is that quality that is the biggest reason they are losing. Which, by the way, is a cautionary tale for everyone, because their hatred, their malevolence, their thirst for vengeance has destroyed them completely. And it has shown the world how undesirable their movement is. And I seriously credit them more than anyone else with their failure and their loss and their destruction. They have so alienated the world. They have so enraged people. They have so antagonized and poked and prodded and bullied and browbeaten people that people are fed up and they've had it. They have had it with these wackos. Screw them. So I believe that Tolkien's assertion that evil is essentially its own worst enemy. It has within it the seeds of its own destruction. I believe I have literally witnessed that in the woke movement. Like, I have literally witnessed that exact principle at work. It's quite beautiful, in my opinion. And it's why my personal belief is that while evil has tremendous and formidable tactical advantages over good, it is, at the end of the day, the weaker force. I believe good is ultimately always the force that has a slight edge over evil, and it always will, because it describes what is true. Goodness is what is true, and I think it's what is natural. I think Lucas's approach to this in Star Wars is quite beautiful as well, which is in the Force, good is balance. Good is peace, right? The dark side is imbalance. The dark side is greed and lust and hatred, right? And it is those things which unbalance the Force and twist it into something ugly. But in its natural state, the Force is good. It's healing, it's purity, it's assistance. The Force is assistance when it's in its natural state. When it's in its twisted and malevolent state, it is hunger and desire, right? And I believe that's true in actual fact. I think that is absolutely why good, although it is not always going to win, I think in the long run, it always wins. It may take a year, it may take a decade, it may take centuries, it may take millennia. But one day, the truth, which lies in wait for all time, will assert itself. Nature will be rebalanced, one way or the other. Roll tape.
either. If there's one thing Hollywood casting directors hate, it's controversial and divisive stars who can torpedo projects just by association. Suddenly all those film offers seemed to dry up and Larson found herself stranded in the acting wilderness. She had to do something to reinvent her public persona, and with most people stuck at home by the unspecified
I love how repulsed her co-stars are by her
virus of unknown origin, she decided to take the bull by the horns and launch her own YouTube channel focused on, well, herself.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's definitely actors out there with the charisma and the personality.
All right, but before we finish this video chat, I have a question for you. Which kind of videos would you rather see on the channel? Would you rather see, and if you're watching on the restream, put it in the comments. Would you rather see a lore focus, like just focusing on the lore of a story? For example, if I were to start looking at Battlestar Galactica and I started diving into the lore of the story, or a critique, analysis, exploration of the story, like an analysis, right? So I don't like the term review because it's not exactly what I'm thinking, but give me, if you have any thoughts, let me know. And also on the Discord is a good place. I appreciate your thoughts.
To sell something like that. Unfortunately, Brie Larson wasn't one of them. Attempts at quirky, down-to-earth relatability came across as staged, forced, and cringy. She looked awkward and uncomfortable without a script to work from, and she struggled to engage with the guests who were clearly paid to be there. It was performance.
Honestly, you know, she comes across to me as she's kind of like a nerd, but not a fun one. You know what I mean? She's like a nerd, but that doesn't play like Dungeons and Dragons, you know? I'm kind of curious, like I think she's a deeply insecure person. That's kind of the vibe I get, which would explain why she's so drawn to, you know, wacko feminist bullshit, because that gasses them up, you know, gets them all rah.
Normality.
This is, by the way, I'm not enamored of like the MGTOW or the red pill movement with men either, because I feel like it goes into that exact same space just on the male side, because then it's like all women suck and you know, bros before hoes and all that, and I think that's just the other side of the same thing. At the end of the day, it's like at the end of the day, human beings are complicated, and really what we should try to have is a little bit of grace for each other, except unless you're a shill. If you're a shill like Eric Voss, you know, we don't like to, but we have to keep you in quarantine, okay? It's for their own benefit.
Like rich politicians trying to appeal to regular people by drinking beer that they've never...
Oh my God. Democrats, everything they do is a fucking lie. Everything they do is phony as fuck.
Never tasted, or eaten junk food they don't know how to handle. The harder she tried to act down to earth and
like when Chuck Schumer, yeah, Chuck Schumer took a picture for his social media of him grilling out. I'm just out in the backyard on the grill, and he's got a totally raw patty, and there's cheese just sitting on it, which is not how you do it. You grill it, then you put the cheese on it to melt it. He didn't know. He's like, oh, I'm just out here definitely grilling on my own because I'm just a regular guy.
The more stiff and out of touch she seems. It was kind of ironic, really. After winning so many awards for her acting skills, her most
you are so right about that, Crowbar. You have to feel sorry for Brie. The wokesters used her up and tossed her. Oh, they used her up. They rode her hard and put her away wet. It's really sad. I'm red-pilled and I'm never going back in the Matrix. Don't misunderstand, Crowbar. I'm not saying, like, I don't mean red pill as the general term, meaning, like, be aware of when you're being manipulated and stuff like that. I'm just saying very specifically in the dating scene, the red pill movement, and if you're into that, that's fine. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying, me personally, whenever you start to reassure yourself that all of those people are all super unfair and you're just a victim, like whatever form that takes, it's not a great thing. I think I try to avoid it. I'm human though. I fall prey to the same types of things. We all do. Hey, if someone if someone comes to me and tells me, did you know that your problems are not really your fault, but you've just been unfairly treated? I mean, you're only human if your response to that is, I'm listening. I mean, who wouldn't? Starfield loves a good critique video. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, it's probably what I'll do, but I'm just curious if anyone's interested in like lore deep dives or something. I'm just curious. Look, the way I see it is I think that like the woke drama, Ferris wheel is getting a little bit played out. I'm personally tired of it. I like laughing at them and I like celebrating wins. But like whenever I see a video lately and it just says, oh, look at this woke trashy thing that this director said, I'm like, I don't even click on it. I don't click on it anymore because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of that. I don't want to hear the bad news. I don't want to hear the drama. I'm such a fan of Dr. Steve Turley, and I study his videos because I'm like, how can I do something similar on my channel? Because he's always finding the thing that's like the white pill, and it's not a fake white pill either. It's not like toxic positivity. Like we just got to see the good in it. No, he goes and finds like really interesting elements of the story that are super awesome anyway, my point is, it's not that I have anything against like pushing back on, wokeness and all. I think we need that. It's just that I'm more interested in, I feel like it just has to go further than that. It has to go further than just reporting the latest woke garbage that some idiot did. It's like, I'm not saying that doesn't have its place or there's anything wrong with it, but I really, really would like to find a way to like still be topical, but also contribute something really entertaining. So that's why I'm asking your thoughts. Like, you probably are out there. You might, I think it's a fair assumption. You're out there on YouTube, you're looking at things and you're like, you might be thinking, gosh, I wish there were more of this out there. So that's why I'm curious what people are kind of looking for. You know what I'm saying? Redoubt Production says, I'll say yes to a lore drop about blue gender. Yeah, I mean, probably if I only did what I want to do, I'd probably only talk about TV shows and movies that are minimum 5 years ago. With the exception of Godzilla -1. I'd probably only talk about things at least 5 years old. The problem with that, and I think you can build a channel off of that at some point, but the problem with that is it's tough in the algorithm to rise in the algorithm if you're not connecting with what's happening now, right? So I feel like you kind of, at the very least, you'd have to do sort of one for you, one for the algorithm. So, which that's kind of the needle I'm trying to thread, because honestly, I would love to do that. I would love to do like a deep dive on blue gender. I just think that, is it the right thing to do if I'm trying to grow the channel? So I'm trying to find that balance. You know what I'm saying?
Interest in the channel waned and views flatlined, and within a year, she pulled the plug to focus on saving what was left of her acting career.
I love that idea, Crowbar. Do the BSG about the original. Absolute full disclosure, I couldn't do it. I'm not a fan of the original. I really like the reimagined series, and if you think it's trash, that's fine. I love the reimagined series. I do love that it has nods to the original, but I just am not that one is not one of my favorites. I'm not an original fan. So if I were a fan of it, I would do that for sure.
That's right. It was time to revisit Captain Marvel.
How long will you play Captain Marvel for?
I don't know. Does anyone want me to do it again?
Don't be so modest.
That is a miserable woman right there. That is a miserable woman. Maybe if you weren't such an asshole to your audience, you wouldn't be in this position. But that's how it goes.
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have the answer to that.
The Marvels, as it was eventually known, would turn out to be Larson's make or break movie. If she could repeat the success of the first film, it might just get her out of acting jail and back on track to the Hollywood A-list. On the other hand, if it flopped, it would be proof that the first movie was nothing but a fluke coasting on the MCU's momentum. The future of the character, Larson's future in Hollywood, it all depended on the Marvels being a hit. Yeah, so that didn't happen. The Marvels turned out to be the most humiliating disaster in MCU history, pulling in barely $200 million worldwide, getting scathing reviews and crushing audience scores. The question of whether Captain Marvel, and with it Brie Larson's career, could be salvaged had been answered once and for all. This wasn't just a setback, it was full-on career implosion. So where is she now? Well, with her movie career basically stalled out, she retreated to theatre work and was last spotted acting in the stage play Electra in London's West End, which the Evening Standard described as,
how in the world do these leftist women, they look like they are malnourished refugees from some kind of third world dictatorship hellhole. They look like they've escaped from North Korea and they've never had a minimum necessary level of calories for a day in their life. Cynthia Erivo, who plays Elphaba in Wicked, she's playing Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar. She looks like The Walking Dead. What? This is what... Dude, how do you get the orcs in The Lord of the Rings, right? You know the backstory. How did the orcs get... Well, they were beautiful elves that were twisted and tortured and turned malevolent through cruelty, and now they're like these twisted, ugly-looking things. Basically, that's leftism. It turns you into a withered old hag. It's insane. It's crazy.
An impenetrable slog, and that Larson brought layers of bitterness, resentment, and desperation to the lines. Damn, man, I can't imagine why. Brie Larson had officially crashed and burned. The role that was supposed to make her career ended up breaking it. In just a few short years, she went from Hollywood's next golden girl to a cautionary tale for PR managers everywhere. No matter what, you need to learn how to shut the fuck up. And hey, on the plus side, it seems like Larson finally learned that lesson herself when reporters tried to bait her into commenting on the Johnny Depp situation.
Curious how you feel about Johnny Depp's film opening the festival, and do you plan to see it?
You're asking me that?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't understand the correlation or why me specifically.
Well, isn't that interesting? Is it? How recent was this? There may be hope for her yet. There could be a redemption arc. See, the media is your fucking enemy. This is what people need to figure out. You may think the media is on your side because you're a wacko leftist, and so are they. They are not your friends. They are your enemy. And these actors are finally figuring that out. They are finally starting to figure out that the media is the enemy of the people. Because they're liars, they're parasites, they only exist to consume and destroy things. That's like they don't exist to tell the truth. They don't exist to hold truth to power. They don't exist to report anything that's helpful or informative. They purely exist to push the lie. That's all they exist for. The narrative and the lie. They care about absolutely nothing else. And you can see how Brie Larson has finally understood. She's finally learned that lesson. And you know something? Captain salute, because that is a great answer.
Yeah, it all came a few years too late, and you can tell she absolutely wanted to answer that question. But hey, it's still progress, I guess. So are we ever going to see Brie Larson on the big screen again? And if so, can she possibly claw her way back to the top of the Hollywood fame mountain? Well, probably not, if I'm honest. She's been in the wilderness for too long now. She's too old to make a comeback, and a new generation of actresses have come up to replace her. The world has moved on from Brie Larson, and there she stands, a sad example of what might have been, a monument to the hubris of fame and the fragility of celebrity. But hey, at least she made a great episode of Crash and Burn. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
Hat tip critical drinker. That's it. That's the drinker. Hey, cancel that. Cancel, Mr. Producer. There we go. Where's my applause? That's it, folks. I mean, that's our show. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. We had some fun. I meant to go 3 hours. I went 5. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I had a lot on my mind. What can I say? And so did you, chat. So did you. So, how did 7 days go by so quickly? Literally, I felt like just yesterday I was saying in 7 short days, we will be right back here on the Captain's Cast for another rousing adventure. And Redoubt Productions was saying, how could 7 days? 7 days is such a long time. Well, here we are, and the next 7 gonna go by in a blink. You'll see. And we're gonna raid Valiant Renegade. We're gonna raid Valiant Renegade. So if you want to stick around, we'll be raiding the stream just for fun. Why not? Help out a fellow content creator. Thanks for hanging out with me. My dear sailors and Starnauts, always a pleasure. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords of Starships channel, and until next time, I will see you out there.